I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chain.
Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody tryna tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, and you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody tryna tell me what to do. Changing. letting me dead on. With my head on, you can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Fuck the minds, if the wise, like despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Living butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Living butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause I'm changing.
Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away, no running. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. High on life, cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
There's something in the air. It's not just an illusion. And heads are turning. A rumor has it she's not human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave them in flame. She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she play it eyes closed. Eyes closed. And if you get a chance, it's just for her amusement. A 30-second romance. it's cold. Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. You gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high.
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your
Stage 2 is finally back, baby! OCL is finally on the way, and we have gone through quite a few change-ups. We have some new faces coming in the teams format, as well as that we have new face on the talent team. Unfortunately, Blue Panda will not be joining us tonight, but we do have Proto joining us for the very first Playday of Stage 2. How you feeling, man?
I'm super excited, Cthulhu, to be here. It's going to be an absolute banger of a night. I'm already looking super forward to everything that's about to go on. So let's get into it. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going indeed. Yeah, look, we have quite a fair few teams queued up for stage number 2. And whilst we do have some of the returning faces like Altazelius, like 1620 Kings and Dynasty, we do have some of the newer faces and some of the changed faces coming into the play. Why don't you run us through as well, Proto?
Obviously, we've had a little bit of a rebrand here from one of our named team warriors returning to the big dogs named Say, as well as 2 completely fresh faces out of qualifiers Cthulhu, NTE and Altered Edge join the fray. I mean, some big names, Cthulhu, coming into stage 2, and some great players indeed.
Absolutely great players, fresh new talent, all of it is coming up as well. Look, why don't we jump straight into the schedule for tonight as well, because we do have quite a fair few heaters from the get-go as our opener for stage 2. Altered Edge versus Nutty Gaming is going to be kicking things off. After that, Antic R6 versus Altered Zelius. 1620 Kings then take on Circular Spheres, the battle of the top 3 and the top 2 team from stage 1. And then, to close it all off, Big Dogs versus Dynasty. A bit of a grudge match as well. Any kind of big highlights for you there, Proto?
Yeah, definitely the 1620 versus Circular Spheres game, as you've already highlighted, second versus third place in last stage going up against it. But game number 1 is actually, I think, going to set to be a pretty big precedent setter here for these 2 teams. Obviously, both of the qualifying teams going straight at it for match number 1 of their Tier 2 debut.
Indeed, yeah. Both of the teams kind of coming in from more so a bit of a Tier 3 kind of competition. Battling against each other should be able to set a really nice, kind of comfortable ground for the 2 of us. Altered Zelios, though, a team that seen a pretty decent performance overall and managed to battle through their side of bracket in the open qualifiers pretty well. But I do believe out of the 2 of them, they did come second, was it?
Yeah, so NTE in the qualifier finishing first above Altered Edge, but nonetheless, Cthulhu, both of these teams having a great performance in said qualifier. We do have a couple of returning faces to the Challenger League. Obviously, Namni, Altered Edge this time, instead of Pride from back in the day. But other than most of these players coming in are fresh faces, and this will be their first taste of Tier 2 competitive Rainbow Six.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First outing, and already we did get to see the video feed from all of our players from Altered Edge. Very much keen and ready. Well, in case of Namni, trying to just basically wake up there and hopefully not bomb it out completely. But apart from that, yeah, everyone all looking very much concentrated, very ready and keen to smash it all out. On the side of Nutty Gaming, though, let's talk about them, because they had a pretty solid run throughout the open qualifiers, and they're a roster that has quite a fair bit of, a fair bit of promise. And given that they ran it down pretty well in Evo as well as Kingsman.
Yeah, obviously ex-Kingsman, now NTE, had a really good qualifying run. I mean, we did get to cover a little bit of that Cthulhu, and they had an absolutely amazing showing. Obviously, a very gifted roster. Mallow, one of the highlight players, I do have to say. Kongi as well, coming in from more of those grassroots tournaments, but an absolutely cracked gunner indeed. So NTE, definitely not a roster to sleep on in this matchup, and arguably, if I have to say so, could have a little bit of the upper hand over Altered Edge, if I'm being completely honest, Cthulhu, given, yes, they did finish first over second. So, interesting to see how this one pans out. I think it will be a great matchup, given that these 2 teams are relatively even pegged at the moment.
Exactly. Well, look, whilst we do have a relatively kind of good, all fresh new faces starting things off, it will be very much important to see which battlefield they chose for their first outing into OCL. And look, I mean, we've started off with our bans onto Bank, Villa, Oregon, kind of trying to stray away from some of those relatively open-minded, open area kind of setups. And, well, we wrap it all up with a clubhouse, one of those staple maps, I suppose, within ANZ.
Yeah, definitely one of sort of the main 3, we could argue, I think, Cthulhu, along with Oregon and Cathay. Although, both of those being banned out relatively early on in the veto, so interesting to see those go in the first sort of 4 maps. But yeah, between Chalet and Clubhouse, no real surprise that we've seen Clubhouse, if I'm being completely honest. We did see Chalet in quals from Altered Edge, and I actually believe that is where they secured their second place dub, if I'm not wrong. So, you want to hold on to that for a little bit longer for later Playday? Possibility?
Yeah, it could be that. It could be just they, given that the memory of it could still be relatively fresh, they would prefer to completely keep it out of the equation for the time being. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm quite keen for Clubhouse, given the fact that, yeah, it's one of those maps that, especially with some of the recent changes to the operator pool as well, with Azami and Sens now making into the play, we could see quite a fair change up in the pacing of it all. Because, I mean, we did see, I believe, it within the Operation League as well. So Southeast Asia already managed to show us on maps like Bank how impactful Sens could be in the early stages of the round, or even when the actual plan going down. So, honestly, I'm quite keen to see how will kind of these two additions to both defense and offense will really shape up Clubhouse, or whether it will still be just kind of dating back to the previous meta and just whilst the team's still kind of adjusting for things.
Well, Clubhouse is obviously one of those more practiced maps, we'll say, for teams. It's something that's a little bit more comfortable. I think that also might be why we're seeing it here tonight. Obviously, these two teams, this is their first bout, not only against each other, but in a high level of competitive Rainbow Six. So something a little bit more familiar is probably on the cards for them, hence why we're seeing Clubhouse. But on top of that, as you've already mentioned, no operator quarantine. So we are seeing Sens and Azami come into competitive play. And as you've already mentioned again, Operations League, we saw play of both. Azami to great avail on maps like Villa, so maybe she will be useful as well. But Sens has been very, very good as well, albeit a little bit more situational. So whether we see her on them on club, maybe, highly doubt, but possible, very possible.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see as well something like a Azami ban as well already from some of the other leagues, given that how much impactful it was, or rather her utility was in the general play. Do you reckon in case of Altered Edge and Nutty Gaming banning out Azami would be the case, or do we feel like kind of back to basics, just as long as you kind of nail your shots and kind of lean into the mechanical play? Is this where we kind of feeling about the two new introductions to the OCL?
I definitely see Azami in a couple of bomb site iterations. Obviously, downstairs could be really, really viable. In terms of Sens, I don't think we'll see them as much as maybe we would be hoping. But if we do, it'll most likely be for Cash, CC, if I had to pick. But Cthulhu, other than that, I mean, I think it's just going to be back to basics for these two teams. They want to sort of nail their first Playday as best as they can. They're coming into this with high hopes. So hopefully they can deliver on those, and I reckon they both will.
Very much so. Well, already Clubhouse is underway, and we do get to see our wonderful ban phase as well. Kicking things off, it is going to be Nutty Gaming to actually starting the defense, so should be nice and a stable ground for them to start rocking. Good luck, have fun. I'm assuming we are going to be seeing something like across the lines of, Flores, maybe Thatcher ban, or, well, actually now with Flores, I feel like there's quite a few possibilities that will open up, actually. Maybe Maverick?
Yeah, could definitely see the Maverick. It's one that we do sometimes see on Clubhouse, so it's definitely up in the air. It'll be between Thatcher and Maverick if I had to pick, albeit we could both be very wrong, and indeed we will. It is going to be the odd time we do see a Habana ban here. So both are left up in play. I'd imagine Cade will also be allowed to come through here, given that obviously Thatcher is available, so no real reason. But Mira already being banned out gives a lot of sort of flexibility with these bans. Azami will be the one to go, though, and I'd imagine Valkyrie will be the final operator taken away here by NTE. Standard competitive ban as per usual, but no, it's a castle. I eat my own words.
That should be actually an interesting one, because both Azami and Castle could kind of be played in a bit of a, in tandem with each other. So definitely a very interesting ban in terms of that. Certainly will deny as well the those, I suppose you could call them, those flexible kind of expansions, namely the the SSG-esque kind of expansion into the bar once one of the teams will decide to hold downstairs in the armory. But apart from that, I'm actually quite keen to see how will this really all prompt out. And I mean, looking at the operator picks so far, I mean, do we see anything that stands out apart from maybe the Nook pick?
Look, not really from the attacking side, Cthulhu. Other than that, we do see Kongi bringing the Echo, but Echo for downstairs has sort of seen an increased pick rate in terms of denial operators for bottom floor on Clubhouse, especially. There's lots of places you can hide those yokai drones, especially when them with the utility that they provide just in terms of gathering information. It's basically a mobile Black Eye Valkyrie camera. So good to see him in play here. But other than that, nothing else really too out of the norm, I would say, in terms of the picks from both sides. We don't see Thatcher being bought here by AE in round number 1, which an interesting choice to say the least, but not either. We possibly have the secondary hard breach from the Buck as a backup if Namni was to go down on the Thermite early on, but other than that, there's not a whole deal in terms of anti-defense utility IQ, Thatcher, along the lines of here for them. So things might be a little bit difficult, especially with the lack of that Maverick with Cade on the board.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Yeah, with Maverick out of the equation, I think, well, at least they have Voon and Malachi on Finca and Sledge respectively, so at least they can theoretically nade it all out from certain positions, especially say something like a kitchen hatch. But so far it looks like it is just going to be a very much upfront kind of and very frag-based kind of gameplay from both of the rosters. Hamio, the player that actually I believe back in the qualifiers was mainly kind of the suppose the Thatcher main, if my memory actually serves me right.
Yeah.
Interesting that we do get to see him on the Zoff this time, so definitely quite a change in the roles as well.
Yeah, a couple of role flexes. You know, obviously things change within rosters when they start talking in different forms of competition, so it's no real surprise we have seen a couple of swaps, but albeit we do still have both the LMG enjoyers, Hamio and Voon, given that the meta currently is still Mouse 1 meta. No real surprise that we have both of those available here on the board for them to utilize. Obviously, Finca still being pretty insane with her utility. No real surprise at all that we have both. But Altered Edge off to a pretty decent start. Good map control in the first half of the round. They've got some good information on the board as well. And here we go. Cloud will start opening up from upstairs and getting these angles onto the site.
Yeah, Life did not particularly enjoy that one. Really tickled him a little bit from above. Hamio actually takes up quite a fair bit of damage. We didn't also even, point out Kongi is actually running a shotgun, a Supernova Echo as well, which is quite a bit of an interesting meme. But apart from that, look, Altered Edge, whilst, yes, they did manage to establish a good kind of foothold for themselves, it feels like they're starting to stall out a little bit.
Yeah, AE definitely have sort of slowed down a bit here. They are getting ready for the execute. They have to set up a whole lot more. Obviously, hatches need to be got. But this is where we highlighted at the start. No Maverick available makes these things a little bit harder. Kulo actually to start things off onto Hamio. So already Cthulhu. Things not starting to look the greatest now, losing that blue pressure.
Yeah, with blue pressure gone, that's one of the flanks completely out of the equation. Cloudfuller will try to apply some more pressure, but it's Orion that actually gets the better of Cloudfuller straight away. That's Buck gone as well, and Orion gets to basically rotate scot-free, frag grenade out, double push in the dirt tunnel, and Kongi is ready to absolutely pump it all out. That's one. Could it be two? It is in fact two, and it's a wrap already for Lawless Round to kick things off for Nutty Gaming.
I know we bagged on the Supernova a little bit at the start, but it came in clutch there. You don't need to be smoked. The M590 has been surpassed for a single round here on Clubhouse, and the Supernova comes in clutch there into 2 kills for Kongi. Definitely happy with that one, I'd imagine. But yeah, Altered Edge, great control at the start of the round. We did see them sort of start to phase off a little bit there at the end. A lot of the momentum that they had built up sort of disappeared when they lost that first pick, which ultimately then sort of collapsed around them, and NTE really well held on to there at the end. Didn't really lose too many in the fray, if not any. And great downstairs hold for round number 1.
Yeah, the Supernova kind of coming in clutch. Something that maybe if Chef Jeff is watching the stream, will be writing down quite a fair few notes. I know that actually, I believe it was Owen that actually flexed the occasional Supernova picks, albeit to lesser kind of impact than what we've already seen from Kongi. But that was a clean hold, and it definitely kind of feels maybe attributed to the fact that just Altered Edge kind of waited for an opportunity to come for them rather than them forcing that opportunity, maybe.
Yeah, it definitely seemed a little bit like that. There was almost hesitance from Altered Edge. I mean, we saw there, we got a little bit of a glimpse of what was going on. We had Voon sort of proned up on the main stairs, holding for that main stairs flank. And while, yes, you do need to be doing that, we didn't see any direct pressure at the bottom of those main stairs, which allowed for rotations inside of the site, between Church, between Arsenal, and a lot was sort of available for NTE to utilize in terms of their rotational advantage. Altered Edge didn't really have anyone to cut it off. And then by the time they sort of got into position, they'd lost a lot of those key positions, blue control, etc., and everything sort of didn't go too well. But they have decided and learned from their mistakes, Cthulhu. They've bought the Thatcher, this time, but Mallow on the K trick, some exothermic charge utility now removed.
Yeah, that would sting quite a fair bit, given that AE would have really wanted to get Namni at least getting to open quite a fair few things. Oh no, the bandit trick as well, coming in huge from Orion. That is a tilter. No coverage as well either from the gym window, which we usually so accustomed to see. But unfortunately though for Mallow, well, Voon finds a nice Kobe onto him as well. So that's the Kate out of the equation. But by this point, I mean, never mind. I was just about to say the utility has been removed, but so is Kongi's head.
Yeah, NTE on this top floor. Unfortunately, while they may have had great success in getting rid of all of the thermite charges available for Namni, they have definitely had a lot more success losing picks. It's not been a great start here for NTE at all, losing 2, but it's definitely still doable. They hold some good positions, especially if they're going to hand life picks like that. But Hamio for the refrag through the wall, that's a nice little pick to find, and NTE now, unfortunately, finding themselves in a 2v4.
At least Kilo was able to find at least a frag, but not before getting rather promptly fragged out as well by Namni. So far, a really good pace difference here for Altered Edge comparative to between round 1 and 2. And definitely all down to Orion, who doesn't really stand a chance even against the Fragmite of AE. And we have managed to even out a scoreline quite well. So far, so good. We getting into that early tussle, early kind of a game of tennis, I suppose, between the two teams of just bouncing the scoreline back and forth.
Yeah, good from Altered Edge as well. Obviously, changing up the operators being selected. They now have employed that Thatcher. Cladfuller jumping on that one, as opposed to Hamio, who has sort of now, I think, resided fully in that second entry position. We see him playing, the Yana, the Sophia. So definitely a bit of a role switch from qualifiers here for Altered Edge, but it seems to be working out for them when they get in the swing of it. They misplayed on not bringing that Thatcher in round number 1, but having that utility available in round number 2, a very stark difference, Cthulhu. Well, yes, it didn't really prevail. Both of the thermite charges were tricked quite avidly, might I add, by NTE. But it still opened the avenue for them. It still gave them the opportunity to sort of play for that wall control. And while, unfortunately, it didn't really work too much for them, it was still available, which sort of opens up more of those avenues. So good to see them making that switch. But in the end, the momentum was there. They had it built up from that first half of that round 1, converted it to round number 2, and ultimately still looking to run with it here in round number 3.
Yeah, that frag by Voon has kind of opened up the scoreline quite nicely for Altered Edge here. So hopefully for them, they will be able to keep this up. Now, playing a replay of the gym bedroom is one of those unusual picks that we come to quite rarely see, given that it's usually one of those tertiary sites that you just want to get out of the way as quickly as possible. Hamio fragged out early by Orion nonetheless. This time quite a different approach, and this time very much feeling that the impending doom might have came around the rafters. Well, decided to keep it all nice and snappy. So with that said, I mean, apart from frag grenades and some extra info gathering utility, theoretically, Altered Edge should still be relatively okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, they still have all the utility they require pretty much for everything that they need to do. I mean, they have utility themselves. They've got the Thatcher available. They have the High Breach in the hands of Namni, who has already opened up that Jacuzzi wall. So they have some good avenues here in terms of the High Breach actually being viable this round. But it is going to come down to finding a pick. In the last sort of minute and a half here, they really need to at least look to equalize in some regards for a single pick onto NT, provided a 4 versus 5 on this top floor is definitely doable, given that there are so many avenues for the windows. and below verticality nades, but they still don't have cache control Cthulhu. This is going to be a big issue for them unless they can clear Orion out of here.
Yeah, Ryan actually does get a glimpse of what possibly could be coming to him and decides to bail out the moment he hears the frag grenade pin being pulled. Malachi very much keen and ready to go for the swing, but meanwhile Mallow actually shuts down any sort of push that was coming around from the jacuzzi wall, so this does shorten the list of avenues for AE to push confidently from, but Cloudfuller getting the better of Kilo is good opener. Now Malachi potentially in a crossfire, could be in a whole lot of trouble, but very much keen and happy, but 2v4, make it 1v4. It's all of a sudden all down to Cloudfuller to do any sort of play. He's about to be swarmed here by the remaining roster of Nutty Gaming. Oh.
Or, for one, we'll take life with him at least. So, some form of KD pad here for Cloudfuller, but he needs to find 3 more in 30 seconds with minuscule P. And while the L85 might be maybe quite insane, I don't think NTE are going to give him any of those freebies that he's probably hoping for here on the main windows, and with relative ease I'd imagine that they are going to be able to secure themselves their second round Cthulhu. Something I think we should really highlight there is Altered Edge. Lack of droning on the east side. We saw the overview there, thank Observer. 0 drones going over on towards Cash in the latter part of that round. Sledge walked in blindly, albeit wasn't taken out initially, but in the end was then fragged. So would the information have helped there? Probably, most likely. I mean, they could not track down Orion that entire round, and it definitely came back to haunt them in the latter part of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Plus, as well, with a little bit of extra drone work, they would have known about the presence as well in the con as well. So there could have been a little bit of a better kind of choice of the play. But certainly, I'll agree with you here, Proto. Face checking everything didn't particularly bode too well for Altered Edge. Now, with Nutty Gaming back into the lead by just only a singular point, I mean, we could still see Altered Edge, pull a comeback. But now that we are going to the downstairs site once again, I mean, last time it didn't particularly bode too well for AE's push. They got a little bit too almost complacent with kind of how they played, waited for the aggression. But difference being is that, well, they're not an Evo. They're not playing ranked anymore. It's all OCL, so quite a much more paced down kind of play. And I would imagine as well that's what Nutty Gaming kind of realized here as well. So, I mean, do we think that AE will switch things around and bring this back? Because, I mean, looking at the lineup, it's just about basically the same. And it almost feels like the Hibana kind of ban kind of hurting here AE's play.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of showing a little bit, but given the first round they didn't have that Thatcher at all, I think half the reason we didn't see them make good progress early in the round is because they just didn't have the utility to. They had 2 frag grenades / Hamyo's explodity, which is spread thin, if we're being completely honest. We do see a lot of these players sort of elsewhere. I mean, they've got a good take into Garage and a good roam clear, but other than that, we didn't see that utility utilized to get those hatches until very late into the round. So could have been a deciding factor for Altered Edge, probably, if we're being completely frank with ourselves, but this does definitely look like a pace increase and definitely something that Altered Edge needed, considering that first iteration of Downstairs didn't go too well for them.
Absolutely. A whole lot more active droning coming out of Altered Edge this time is also a good sign of progress. But it's quite interesting that they have kind of started all of them from the top to bottom clear. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people clearing it out whilst the rest of the team was already starting to get into the other positions. So curious that maybe it's just kind of their way of kind of establishing a bit of a precaution going against their opponents here. Or maybe it's just kind of their game plan in just period going into the first Playday of OCL and trying to kind of get a good feel for how things could possibly go. But, I mean, apart from that, it seems like it's just about the same push, at least on the side of, like, the soft breaching kind of capabilities.
Yeah, they've got Cloud on the top floor, obviously making short work of the kitchen upstairs. While with the Thatcher in play, the hatch will be opened up considerably quicker here for Altered Edge. It still hasn't really netted them too much. I mean, we still see Voon proning on these main stairs as a big entry player for this team, or at least you would think, playing the Finker. We haven't really seen too much effect from that LMG in terms of pushing power. I mean, we could see that going down the main stairs, somewhere maybe dropping into Modo. Those 2 nades could be elsewhere as well, but it doesn't seem like it's affecting them too much at the moment. They still have both hatches open. They're going for dirt control now, and Altered Edge have actually set themselves up pretty well in this second iteration of Downstairs to make a play onto the site.
Indeed, with already a frag coming around from Hamio this time onto Kulo, a little bit of a redemption here, a double as a matter of fact on life as well. This does open up the door quite wide open as, Ryan is gonna be in a whole lot of trouble in a moment. No, actually nearly gets the frag. Can he find? No, can't find the second one. It's a triple for Hamio though. All of a sudden, quick collapse onto the side. One in church, one in dirt. Now it's all just to the dirt player, and even Malachi is able to lock it all down. In the matter of just a few seconds, everything went absolutely wrong there for Nutty Gaming.
That was a great adaptation from Altered Edge. The blue control not being lost definitely made a very stark difference in that push, Cthulhu. I mean, it's reflected in what happened at the end of that round. Hamio picking up 3 big kills for himself, almost losing it out there, unfortunately, to the Jaeger, but still managed to rectify the issue with the LMGE in hand. Again, Mouse 1 meta goes hard, ladies and gentlemen. We all enjoy it. But Hamio, instead of dying this time, got in, found his picks, and opened the door for Altered Edge onto the site, dropping in, starting to get that bomb down, and then the cleanup was relatively easy. Kongi, sort of the only player stranded, we could say, inside of dirt, which didn't really leave him too many avenues back into the bomb site. So Altered Edge, a great adaptation and a good change, and definitely a good sort of pace-setting round for them, given that they are now 2 in the hole to 2. With a Nutty equalising back up. Valkyrie, though, the first time we've seen here from NTE, could definitely be a game changer.
Yeah, we've talked about how, Valkyrie being a frequent operator kind of in the ban phase, actually letting a little bit of extra now ground could be that big factor. Plus now we do see the introduction of mute as well, so Nutty Gaming certainly looking to lean a little bit more into that information denial whilst keeping their own one nice and snappy. Apart from that, look, I feel like this is kind of bound to be that sort of back and forth tussle for a brief moment longer until I would imagine Nutty Gaming go on to the attack, and maybe then we would see a little bit of a break from that sort of a routine of that back and forth play. But on the side of AE, not much has been really changed. Voon kind of basically stuck to the whole Finker role, whereas Hamio kind of switched between either Zoff or the Sledge. So I suppose that's a good sign, showing that AE at least found their roles and found their kind of comfort ground.
Oh, well, on top of that, it also highlights that all the players, bar Voon at the moment, have shown that they are able to flex between these roles as well. I mean, Hamio can go from sort of direct fragging LMG and Joya to a supportive character like Sledge, something along the lines of, and still deal a considerable amount of damage. I mean, we saw him on the Yana doing it. We have seen him on the Sledge doing it in previous games, but we also saw him do it on the Zofia. So, does highlight interplay here for Altered Edge, which is a big tool in competitive Rainbow Six, having the ability to do pretty much anything your team requires makes you a very viable player. But, I mean, unfortunately, it's not going to come down to that for NTE. They're not going to be able to get that wall tricked this time, and things open up here for Altered Edge.
Absolutely. Quite a rapid opening. So is the rapid opening onto the frag onto Voon. A man who tried to make it up into a push towards the blue stairs, but got fragged out rather quickly. Hamio, though, already losing his life as well. Very much back and forth of a bloodbath between the two rosters, but still plentiful amount of hold happening around the rafters area, so it's still going to be a little bit of a problematic one. It is still life that is pumping out those magnet charges, as well as that the Valkyrie up until now been pretty much generating a heavy amount of information, so this is looking so far pretty good.
Life should probably start to worry a little bit here. Grenades and flashbangs now starting to come over the rafters side, and there you go. Malachi to collect onto life. 30 seconds remain. Not a lot of time for Altered Edge to make a play, but they have the advantage here coming up into the last 30 seconds. Cthulhu, only 2 players remain for NTE.
Indeed it is, yeah, 25 seconds remaining. The push is about to start. Malachi will have to hold the fort quite nicely. So is Kongi. The M590 just has enough of the range to just absolutely pump out the damage here. No, the flicks are coming around. The Kongi does get the better of Cloudfuller. That's the knockdown. 1v1, 10 seconds remaining in through the breach. The damage is there. Malachi will be going down. It's all down to Namni, and he is out as well. Albeit, 1v1 does not particularly bode well for the general storyline of both of the teams.
Really well done by Kongi. Solid play there. Awesome. Great positioning. Cleaning things up with a shotgun and really just sort of waltzing on through there for NTE. Not a great amount of crossfires set up. The diffuser rotated late in that round, Cthulhu. We sort of saw 2 players coming through Garage, one on the main breach. Second player in Garage sort of walks away, goes to main breach. Player main breach gets fragged out and then ultimately allows for the rotate given the crossfire is then forfeit. So interesting call from Altered Edge. Unfortunately, one that comes back to haunt them a little bit in the latter parts of the round. But NTE, definitely well done. Especially there, Kongi in the end, cleans up. And, I mean, look, he's had a great sort of start so far in this matchup for his team. Shotguns as well have definitely seemed to be his forte. Cthulhu might have another shotgun enjoyer coming into the OCL.
Yeah, a bit of a protege for Chef Jeff and Owen to keep an eye out for. Definitely quite curious to see how the general kind of style and the storyline as well for Altered Edge will really, or rather, pardon me, for Nutty Gaming will really develop here. On the side of Altered Edge, yeah, look, I gotta say a little bit of a kind of all over the place so far performance from them. Kind of on the rounds that they do win, it is a good kind of adaptation, but they almost kind of playing it off the back of some rather heavy mistakes from Nutty Gaming. But whenever they do lose, it's quite by a large margin as well. But at least it's good to see that they so far have been pretty consistent on their entry, so at least there's that. And well, speaking of one, there's already a breach coming in with a double EMP grenade as well.
Yeah, they want to make sure this time that there is no Cade tomfoolery going on behind the side of that breach in CC, and unfortunately this time for NTE it's not really going to be there, so the wall will be opened up, and that is going to give Altered Edge a view now to cut off that rotate between the suicide window and the cache sort of dooring cutout. But, I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, their entry has been pretty solid. They're also making good work of these walls now, but given that he's already used 2 of those Thatcher EMPs, the bandit trick from Orion is there, and the main wall on Jacuzzi is not going to be opened for this round, Cthulhu. A bit of a shame, but I guess they're trading between the walls. Last time it was the main wall that got opened up. This time it's cash.
It still confuses me. Okay, the window in the gym, it's soft. It's just barricaded down. You blast it down, you deny that bandit trick. That's usually how you really play around before you even get the breach going. And that's, I believe, the second, if not the third time this sort of stuff happens. So rather confusing as to what's happening. Maybe it's just too rushed of a gameplay. Maybe it's just the Altered Edge thinking that they can just flat out get away with it. But who knows? I suppose if they do end up winning out, that's one of the questions that I'm definitely quite curious to hear the answer for.
It could definitely be nerves, I think, Cthulhu as well. I mean, we have seen a couple of mistakes made on there and due to rush plays, but speaking of rush plays, Malachi, Shade and Construction, we'll find Mallow to open things up here for AE, and, well, Orion's there to answer with one of his own back onto Malachi, and things very quickly starting to unfold here for Altered Edge.
Indeed, already... Things are all just not particularly looking great at all for AE. In front of our eyes, the whole squad, in a matter of just a few seconds, fell apart, trying to take control of just construction hallway, let alone the actual site. So things definitely did not particularly look too great then. But for Nutty Gaming, I mean, scoring a 4-pointer in their defensive half, that is a really good way to kickstart their own possible road for victory here in Playday number 1.
It's a good sort of split to find. Obviously, more of a common split, given that you've started on defense. Cool. It's what is expected on a map like Clubhouse, given that it is sort of more favored towards the defensive side, statistically speaking. But, I mean, going into the attack now, they're going to have to keep that going if they want to close this one out in any sort of short fashion, Cthulhu, because we have seen in the last couple of days a lot of 6-3 chokes. So hopefully, touch wood, that isn't a repeat for this evening, but you never know. And even if we do see something like that happen, I completely, to be honest, would not be surprised. These two teams are pretty evenly matched coming up out of that sort of tier 3 play. And it is sort of reflecting a little bit in the scores. We saw it at the start, but now the NTE have found their footing a little bit on the defense. Going on to the attack, I think the job is going to be a tiny bit easier, albeit not the easiest. Altered Edge, definitely a formidable force on the defense side of things as well. So keep your mind open, I think, going into this next half, because Altered Edge are pretty scary on the defense too.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, interestingly enough, we do see quite a change in the operator pool, albeit the roles feel relatively same. We do have an anchor in form of the maestro plus the roamer in form of vigil as well. So maybe for AE a little bit more kind of a little bit more open-minded kind of roam play. But apart from that, I mean, at least for Nutty Gaming, they have adjusted things now, introducing the Jacqueline to their fray as well.
Jackal's a great pick here. One that we didn't see too much from Altered Edge, which could have also been a reason why we maybe didn't see them clear out these top floors, top 2 floors even, as quick as maybe we would have expected. But he's here now. NTE are going to be bringing him as part of their lineup, as well as the Thatcher right off the get-go. They've learned from AE's mistakes, and they're going to employ him from the get-go. So a pretty brisky take here, though, so far for NTE. Already down on the second floor, with top floor pretty much completely cleared out. And this is already, time-wise, looking a lot better than Altered Edge's first round on downstairs.
Absolutely. Ready. Replay C4 as well coming around. Just the timing was slightly off there, but could have actually caught off Orion quite nicely on that play. Apart from that, it's just so far, it's a bit of a kind of a calm before the storm, I guess you could call it. With the floor slowly dwindling away. Malachi already not particularly enjoying his life as one does take his, well, playtime away from him. And yeah, look. So far so good. Nutty Gaming being pretty clinical on their so far performance.
Really, really clinical. They're pretty much ticking all the boxes, crossing the I's and dotting the T's, as some would say. And look, they bought the Maverick as well. They're not shy of bringing this utility. They obviously have a proficient Maverick enjoyer, Kongi that being. So no surprise that we've seen them open everything up almost a minute faster than their opponents so far. But Cloud is actually playing the aggressive angle in dirt as opposed to the far back angle with the shotgun that we usually see. And he's not going to win that fight at all somehow with the Alder. Orion comes out on top.
Interesting turnout here. for Orion, or rather for Cloud Fuller, given that he had the drop, he had the potential, had the setup, but Nami as well also about to fall, but instead it's actually Orion not really feeling it. The plant is actually being basically contested scot-free, but you look at all of the setup and all of the drops, and Mallow with a bit of a drop shot here, paying a bit of a tribute
the double
to
whammy.
Owen. The double whammy, yeah, the LMG plus the drop shot. We go in full filth today, it seems.
Oh, you love to see it, but yeah, really well done by NTE. And as I was already sort of alluding to, that attacking round definitely felt more synergistic, definitely a lot faster on that top 2 floor clear, but it highlights again in the score. First round on attack, NTE clean up, if I was to say, relatively carefree. The bomb was going down in the last couple of seconds there. Yes, they lost the dirt cover. So the Jaeger was allowed to cross into the site, but Mallow was there for the cleanup. Everything was relatively well held there on that execute. And Altered Edge just could not deal with the heat. And yeah, unfortunately for them, that is going to cost them their first tactical timeout here for their Challenger League run. But Cthulhu, hopefully this talk is going to brighten spirits and put them back in the driving seat of things, looking to secure at least one round in consolidation and looking to hopefully equalize in the near future.
Yeah, that round definitely has been looking like it was quite a tilter for AE, especially in that dirt tunnel hold as well. But look, yeah, better late than never, really, with that sort of tack timeout. And given that up until that very round, up until their very first defense, things were looking at least relatively contestable. Now, that sort of 3-point lead starting to look a little bit more damaging to the mental department of the currently defending team. But for Nutty Gaming, I mean, that was still a pretty well coordinated play, wasn't it?
Very well coordinated. I mean, the top floor clear almost 45 seconds faster than their predecessors. So no real surprise that it sort of panned out that way for them, if I'm being completely honest. They did find the early pick 2, the Vigil on site. Interesting choice from Altered Edge, but they still managed to find him through the vertical. So it definitely opened things up early in terms of what they could achieve on their clear, because they had that early pick, they had the vertical, they had the hatches, obviously bringing the Maverick. Things were looking good for them, a lot quicker as well. But this time, Cthulhu, they've Altered Edge have gone back downstairs and are not bringing the Maverick at all.
Yeah, it feels rather unusual, but given the fact that instead they are opting to bring in the Ace, this could still, I mean, work out. Plus, life being on the Thatcher as well, this should relatively be workable. As long as they get rid of the kitchen hatch, I mean, everything else should be relatively okay. Plus, Orion bringing in the secondary heart breach charge, something like a motor hatch should be relatively free real estate, but assuming that one of those breaches will go also into the dead tunnel. But apart from that, yeah, look, I gotta say, it was rather unfortunate that AE ended up losing early gunfights rather quickly. I mean, Malachi being kind of the big highlight for me last round, on Vigil, anchoring around the site felt a little bit off.
Yeah, definitely a questionable play from the strat book of Altered Edge. But look, if that's sort of what they were preparing for, then maybe that's what they wanted to be doing. But there you go. Issues have been noticed and issues have been rectified. 2 quick kills on the board for the defense side, and diffuser control actually as well now for Voon. However, backing off indicates that he doesn't really want to be playing too aggressively for it. Hamio as well onto Mallow, and yeah, look, Cthulhu. This is definitely a turnaround here from Altered Edge, and a good one at that. One they needed, but a great sort of influence as well, I think, possibly from that tack timeout. Good talk.
Yeah, good talk, good return to form, good return on mental as well. So far working out rather well, leaving only 2 players of Nutty Gaming alive. Malachi trying to keep a hold of his position, but right now with a minute remaining, we did see quite a few of the health bars dip below the critical mass, really. I mean, Namni's not feeling particularly too healthy there, nor is Hamio after losing quite a substantial amount of HP. So, look, whilst for the majority of it, it's still very much supposed to be Altered Edge round. Look, a few spooky moments definitely arise from all of that. 42 minutes, 42 minutes, hold up, 42 seconds. Very much left on the clock. Definitely feels like it's just, at this point, Nutty Gaming just are talking it out of the voice. What happened? How do we let this through?
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it all sort of crumbled, and there we go at the conclusion of that round. AE looking a lot better on the bottom floor, and ultimately, I don't actually know what was sort of the stark difference there. Obviously, we didn't see Maverick being bought, but we also saw a couple of lonesome players off by themselves that round. Ace over by the bottom of pit, swamp side, some would even say, and Voon was just there, waiting, ready to collect, found it. Thank you very much. That's the frag. That's the ace as well that was taken off the board. So the frags, the aggression maybe could have been the big factor for Altered Edge that round. There definitely seemed to be more of an emphasis on that heavy roam style. We actually saw Voon starting off at the top of red. We actually saw Hamio roaming towards the main side of things. So that aggression definitely seems to have been somewhat beneficial for them, but they still trail 2 rounds, and NTE have the ability to sort of make those mistakes at the moment, as they do have a little bit of a cushion to sort of rely on. In terms of the round count, obviously. But going into round number 9, Cthulhu, top floor, it is going to be gym bedroom, completely bypassing CC Cache as a bomb site, just for now. Altered Edge, not too keen on it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at the defense of Nutty as well. They did try to bypass that CCTV and cache for a fair while, until they actually decided to actually bring it out. And so it seems like both of the teams are quite rather comfortable with the gym bedroom setup rather than the actual CCTV and cache. Maybe it's more so that they not intending to really showcase a whole lot of it just yet, albeit Hamio is ready to just get out there and get the fragging going. Oh, that could be large.
Oh no!
Surely this is where he finds the frag, and Mallow could absolutely shut it
they
down.
Know that?
Information that they know, they have full knowledge, and Hamio actually backs away as well. Yeah. The moment he realizes, like, oh, something's smelling a little bit fishy.
Or no. Definitely was caught red-handed with that one, but well read into, able to back off before the issue sort of arises. But Voon might be the next point of issue here. However, no, now spotted out as well. Both roamers fooled in the plans of early aggression here, unfortunately, for Altered Edge, which means that NTE are going to be able to make their way up into the top side of Garage and now clear the wall off as well to allow for the hard breach here. And Kulo on the finger He's going to be getting rid of that one relatively quickly. We do see two players, a very similar setup to what we saw from NTE Cthulhu, so not really deviating from the current clubhouse meta, which you love to see.
Absolutely. I mean, so far, so good, mostly for Altered Edge, the way they're holding, almost like a three-way crossfire that Kilo, understandably so, doesn't really want to go in swinging for, but getting a little bit too close, too comfortable with that push, a little bit too keen on some of the plays, and the drones definitely do verify the very position that he was afraid of, but the rest of Nutty Gaming need to get a move on. They need to provide some sort of help, because Voon, already finding the frag from down below, reclaims the ground floor in favor of the defense.
Yeah. Well done. Great frag to find, but it's not for too long, as I say that, though. The trades are back and forth, with Altered Edge coming out on top. Now, the main breach has been opened up by Kongi here, so at least they're able to get both of the walls open, as opposed to Altered Edge on their attacking side. But at what cost? Cthulhu, 2 players down, grenades both lost, as well as Yana and Finker's abilities both being relatively potent in the scene at the moment. So big losses for NTE, but to be consolidated possibly here in the round winner. 3v4 is definitely doable, especially with that they now hold going into the last 35.
Absolutely. Life being isolated from outside the jacuzzi wall. How is Orion allowed to grab that frag is completely beyond me. But Kongi does find his own return to play. Life as well brings it back. All of a sudden, the setup that was basically dominant by Altered Edge turning into an absolute nightmare, and Cloudfuller to fall. I am at a loss for words here, Brodo. How was that even allowed?
Altered Edge, what has happened? Throwing ones into the gun sights of NTE and giving them a free pass to secure themselves their first match point here, Cthulhu, in the Oceanic Challenger League. Altered Edge, I mean, great start of the round. 2 great picks at the trade of one that wasn't really impactful in terms of utility-wise, and then to go ahead and lose the 4v3 by just giving ones like that. Great play from NTE in terms of their patience. They just waited for the mistake to be made, and it was there. Altered Edge just could not itch themselves. They had to give it a peek, and it cost them. It cost them in the end dearly. 4 kills just falling. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks for the round. And NTE secure themselves the match point. Altered Edge now have a pretty big feat ahead of them. 3 rounds unanswered, Cthulhu, to only then find overtime.
Bit of a frustrating point for AE, given that things were looking rather well contested in the first half. And even that defense, I mean, at the beginning, like you alluded before, it was pretty well organized. I mean, being able to, find that early roam frag worked out quite well. Being able to shut down the Finka all looked like it was just all but done and dusted. But I suppose maybe got a little bit too complacent with holding their angles, like you said. But meanwhile, well, match point being upon us. Nutty Gaming on a precipice of possibly wrapping it up in a 7-3. But again, who knows at this point? We've seen a plentiful amount of comebacks and scorelines across the whole of APAC. So touch wood, I suppose. But do we feel like things will be a little bit more cautious from Altered Edge based off their picks? Because to me, this just screams let's just retry and just do better, Lamau.
It kind of has to sort of beg the question in the Altered Edge VC, does it not? That what went wrong? How did we lose that round? The picks were just handed away. It was charity, unfortunately, for them. And NTE, very lucky in receiving said charity, found those kills and the round. So they're definitely, I think, well, we see it already here in the round. I mean, the just sheer, I don't even know how to describe it, Cthulhu. They just seem a lot more wary of what they're doing. But I guess it doesn't really matter when Mallow's on a heater like he is, and he's just going to clean up Hamio at the top of red, relatively carefree.
Yeah, quick burst and that's it. Head gone, head empty, just bullets in there. Voon and Malachi will now have to basically hold the fort just by themselves, at least around the cache entrance. Orion not particularly enjoying the spicy gas there, courtesy of the defense from Cloudfuller. Will be falling back. So once again, nearly the same positioning as it was last round. Life back on the breach, ready to rumble, rotation from Orion coming around. But at least the only difference being is that, well, you have full 5-man core, well, against now a 3 setup.
Okay.
And with smoke gone, this I think we're starting to basically reach Ragnarok here.
Yeah, look, with Kilo walking up the main stairs, Kongi finding one as well, the last 2 players inside of construction, Namni now has to retake into the site, and in a 1 versus 5, it's not looking great. A flawless round from NTE, in fact, to finish things off, and I mean, what a first game there for NTE. Smiles across the board, Kongi with the flex, I mean, absolutely monumentous in their OCL debut. A 7-3, what a way to kick things off.
Absolutely. Well, look, one hell of a way to kick it off. Yeah, 7-3 scoreline certainly works out quite nicely here for Nutty Gaming. A clean 3-pointer as well on top of it all will be securing that early lead on the leaderboard as well. And I mean, we've seen across different leagues as well, some of the teams that you generally don't expect to really perform, the fact that there's not enough, or rather not a whole lot of that pressure coming from onto them, they start just performing much better. And I mean, here for Nutty Gaming, they managed to really come out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, they have a great roster, Cthulhu. We talked about it at the start. They came out of the gates like a raging bull, if some will. I mean, great round differential, 3 points, as you said, to secure that early lead. I mean, 7-3 in your first sort of Tier 2 game is a great way to sort of show off your skills. I mean, their roster was all laser focused from the get-go, and it reflected in the game score, if we will. Altered Edge, unfortunately, falling behind tonight, but I don't think we can count them out just yet. They did show those moments of hope, so it definitely isn't done for them just yet.
Absolutely, yeah, I'll definitely have to agree with you here, Proto, given that things were definitely looking rather promising at the beginning. Maybe it was just the nerves kind of getting to them, given that it's their first venture into Tier 2 league. And look, honestly, I'm keen to see how will they perform. More so now, I'm curious how will Nutty Gaming even perform against some of the now higher hitters, that now that they kind of got past their, their brothers in arms in form of AE. Up next for them is actually going to be Altered Zelius, which is going to be quite an interesting one, but that's a discussion for a completely different day, though. Yeah, huge play and huge impact to kick things off. And I mean, I gotta say, that early play on the defense as well from Kongi has to be a bit of a highlight, at least personally for me.
Yeah, 100%. That 1v3, I mean, really well done. Obviously cementing them that 4-2 half and really putting them in a great position. Going onto the attacking side of things, only conceding 1 round there on their attack, which, let's be honest, at minimum, didn't really do too much for Altered Edge to sort of slow the bleeding. The damage was already done on the defense, and then going onto the attack, they had the momentum. They had everything that they needed in their minds to just get the job done. And Altered Edge, as I said, they were already sort of feeling it a little bit. They made a couple of mistakes. Missed drones here and there, losing picks early on. I mean, we already know the 4v3, just sort of handing out picks as well in those positions. Unfortunately, didn't pan out for them as well as maybe they had hoped, but still, a very good few moments. I mean, Hamyo showing off fragging prowess for the roster, that 3k down inside of blue, I believe, round 3 or 4, one of the two. So, albeit, AE, a great start, but unfortunately, maybe not the outcome that they would have been hoping for.
Absolutely. Well, we do have the man, the myth, the legend on the line, Kongi, joining us on the interview booth. Kongi, mate, congratulations on, first of all, on your debut in OCL, as well as that, congratulations on your first dub.
Thank you. It's unreal to play in this league now.
Yeah, finally the grind is paying off. Look, straight
God.
into the questions. Were you guys any sort of nervous about going against AE, given that they kind of your counterparts coming into this play?
Not really. Like, if you focus on that stuff, you're not going to play to like your full potential at the end of the day. Like, if you get that stuff like in your head, like, it's going to be game over from the start.
Yeah, definitely mental seemed to play a part for you guys, and obviously, you've done really well tonight. So again, congratulations from myself as well. But Kongi, How were you guys feeling coming into this? Obviously, being your debut, being a big matchup, what were the vibes like coming into tonight for you guys yourself? I mean, were you prepared? Did you do everything, well, for this evening specifically, or were you just sort of going with the flow?
The night started off pretty chill. We all know what was happening. I think we played pretty well tonight, to be honest. Like, we did everything. A few minor mistakes with drones, but other than that, did pretty well.
Well, there you go. Well, before we let you go, Kongi, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out the boys, played really well tonight. Shout out to all the fans, I see you in chat. Thanks for the cast tonight, and yeah.
There you go. Well, thank you for joining us, Kongi. Well, do get some rest before the next matchups and the next prep coming around. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Cheers, thank you.
And there you go, Proto. Our first matchup all done and dusted, and I mean, solid performance by Nutty Gaming, but we still got 3 absolute heaters on our hands coming right up.
We do.
Antic versus Zelios, Kings versus Spheres, and then Warriors versus, well, ex-Warriors now, against Dynasty. Keen for it all.
Very, very keen. I mean, if match 1 is any type of precedent setting for the rest of the evening, Cthulhu, we are definitely in for an amazing night of Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, we kicked it off with a pretty astounding matchup. So going into Antic versus Altered Zelios, I'm definitely excited to continue that hype all the way into game number 2.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to be getting back into the action after a short break, so don't go too far away. Get yourself refreshed. We'll see you in a little bit.
Of it all, oh yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes out the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes out the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right. next, next, next? What's next, 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 next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough, can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life, yeah, I'll be shining bright, yeah. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Playday number 1 of stage 2 has already started off with an absolute heater, and we have 3 more proto. We're already seeing our 2 freshest introductions to OCL already dunk it all out, and it was a 7-3 victory for 90 Gaming. Up next though, Antic versus Zelios. Quite an interesting matchup, given that there is quite some story behind it.
Yeah, there definitely is. Obviously, coming into this, Antic versus Altered Zelios. They are 2 very capable teams. We've seen them play before, Cthulhu in stage number 1, and last time that did happen, Antic on Oregon lost in OT 8-6. So, coming into this, obviously a little bit of a grudge match, definitely some stories in an attempt to be rectified here in terms of the wins and losses, looking for that 1-1 equalizer. But I mean, look at the names. They speak for themselves. Altered Zelios, a very stacked roster, but on top of that as well, Antic, scary in their own respect as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Altered Zelios are a roster that, had a bit of an interesting kind of dynamic for them. A team that kind of, just a group of mates that decided to band together, ended up showing us quite a fair few absolute banger of performances. And I mean, now refreshed going into stage 2, I mean, there's quite a few names that are popping back in. I mean, you look at their players: Banana Nick, Trippin' Dirty, Rice Trippin', one of the more recent introductions, at least to OCL. Finally gets to play, and look, he's been a very prominent fragger for Altered Zelios.
Yeah, very prominent, very capable, obviously a very good player all round, especially on game days. You love to see some frags in the chat, especially when Trippin is getting them. But look, Cthulhu, Altered Zelios have already proven on multiple occasions that with names that they have, the job is always going to get done regardless. I mean, yes, the finishing for last stage wasn't necessarily the greatest, but they still had a fun time. And at the end of the day, you can't really argue with content.
Indeed. Well, speaking of content as well, Antic Esports, a team that also has quite a fair bit of content going for them. They're a roster that definitely are in for the fun here. Drift Zone as well on our cameras, getting a grip. Did actually go on the socials as well, saying that he's not intending to even play with a grip on his guns until he gets a grip. So I suppose there's quite a message in that one, but honestly quite keen to see how will they really perform, because look, it's definitely quite a stark difference compared to what we accustomed to see as well, because Face Cream has moved over to a sub. Daco is now a sub for them. Out of the original Antic roster, it's only Owen and River that kind of stayed in core.
Yeah, it is pretty much a fresh whole roster here for Antic coming into stage number 2. And on top of that, Cthulhu, these 2 teams are relatively sort of evenly matched, I do have to say, or at least in regards to the finishings in stage number 1. 7th place for Antic and 8th for Altered Zelios. So they have had, a change in roster. Hopefully that will be something that sort of kicks things into overdrive here for them. But we won't know until the game begins, Cthulhu. Obviously, new rosters mean new beginnings, and hopefully a new beginning is what they can find here for their game tonight.
Absolutely. Well, we have managed to actually have a bit of a chat with one of the Antic representatives. Owen got a little bit of a in on us, a little bit of his story going into the competitive siege. So, well, let's have a look at it.
I'm Owen, in-game name is Owen. I play in the OCL for the Exantic R6 roster. I only really started playing games around after high school. I finished PCE, got a gaming PC, and ended up joining the gaming club at uni, and then joined the uni team, and then I just kept playing. I really am big in the sports. Up until I moved to Australia, I was pretty competitive in soccer, and when I came over here, I was really competitive at my school for badminton. And when I was off to uni, it went over to esports when I joined the gaming club. Started playing with a really bad laptop and really bad peripherals as well. So there was no way I was going to outgun someone in a head-on gunfight with a MMO mouse and a gaming laptop. So I had to get creative, you know. I played soccer really competitively when I was in Hong Kong, and came over to Australia. Everyone was twice my height, so definitely couldn't play that at a high level. I was actually asked to leave the main team of my suburb at 15, so you can imagine how damaging that was for my little myself when I was 15. The part of gameplay that I really excel at is just being annoying to people, going, okay, this is what a functional player would do. I'm going to do the exact opposite of that to throw people off, just licking the floor, just jumping out of a window as a support player, or jumping into a window when I shouldn't be, and those kind of things get my team picks or get myself picked. I think that's what I'm good at doing. So I've never actually told my parents I'm playing the video game semi-professionally. I still go to uni and I still have a job and whatnot, and this is just sort of something I do on the side for fun. If I told them that I was doing this on the side while studying, I think they would be pretty annoyed with me, to say the very least. There is definitely a tiny bit of strain because the game is quite demanding in terms of time commitment, but keeping in touch with my friends, whether from high school or uni, is still pretty important to me because, in my opinion, this little thing isn't going to go too, I'm not going to continue going down this route that far past my uni graduation, so it's good to keep myself linked to those friends I've made along the way, in real life. Working off of last split's performance, one thing I really want to work on for myself and as a team is consistency. Because the roster last split has shown flashes of brilliance. There are rounds where we just are incredibly dominant and games where we play incredibly well, but it just wasn't consistent enough to land ourselves in the spot that we were satisfied with. And hopefully we work on that consistency and are able to build as a team and work towards a spot that we are happy with. When I do leave the game, if there is one thing that I can be remembered for, it is by being the talking carpet, that guy who will just hit the panic button and go prone in a gunfight. That is what I want to be remembered for, if there's one thing I can be.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a interesting, actually, insight into the aspirations of Owen. I mean, look, being the man who hits the panic button and go for a bit of a cheeky drop shot, I mean, he's been the master of that.
He has, for an extended period of time as well, him and Chef, sort of Chef to the M590, etc., etc. We have seen, obviously, Mallow showing some small hopes as well, being the floor enjoyer, as well as Kongi with the shotguns as well this evening. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Cthulhu. Obviously, Owen there. Great interview, if I do have to say. Really enjoyed that one. But yeah, he spoke a lot about consistency. He spoke a lot about those glimmering moments that he saw from his team. And I definitely think that we can all agree back home that both of these rosters even have had those moments in the last stage. So coming forward to tonight, we see them match up here again. I'm hoping to see a few more of those moments on screen, Cthulhu.
Yeah, very much keen for it all. Well, we still yet to see whereabouts are we going to see Owen go for those drop shots, so let's have a look at the map videos as well. once again, will we completely out those rather fresher maps? Villa, Chalet, Bank, all completely gone, making me rather very upsetty in that regard. But it was Antic that were the ones to decide the final map, and well, the choice was relatively tame. I mean, between a Clubhouse and Oregon, they obviously will go to Oregon, given that even in stage 1, it has been kind of their map for the taking. This is where they kind of started things off rather well. And I mean, the big highlight still, at least even for me from some of the previous performances, Face Cream being the absolute MP5K fiend he is, being able to acquire the ace in the first round. I think it was either stage 3 last year or stage 1 this year.
Yeah, Face Cream is scary on defense. We all can attest to that. I do agree, Cthulhu. But yeah, it's interesting that we see Oregon picked out here by Antic, obviously having the decision, given that in stage 1, Playday number 3, Antic lost this map, as we already spoke about, to Altered Zelios. So Oregon being an interesting choice, given that Clubhouse was available, but you know, we always love to say it, the Oregon Clubhouse League, Cthulhu, we are here for another iteration and episode of that great TV series, but Oregon is one that is another back to basics map. Nothing sort of new has been, I want to say, engineered in the last sort of couple months. We've seen Oregon in play since a couple of changes, tweaks here and there to the map. So nothing really surprising in terms of the map pick, if I'm being completely honest. It is one of those sort of straight, clean-cut, easy-to-do maps that you can sort of just play your best on and focus on everything else afterwards. So it's no surprise that we're seeing one of those maps, and no surprise that it came down to a Clubhouse Oregon pick, I think.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, yeah, back to basics, kind of making sure that you nail all of your performances. I mean, later down the line, whilst, yes, this was the map where Antic did lose to Altered Zelios, later down the line, this kind of also became a very spooky kind of map to play against them as well. I mean, namely with Wazoo kind of picking up the guys of the Nook as well, being that kind of roamer on the attack as well. He was a very dangerous entity, being able to basically creep up everywhere where the enemy team was not really looking at. So it was definitely good to see that they kind of almost made a bit of a kind of a comeback just on their general performance on that map. So now with both rosters reinvigorated with some of the fresher talent, I'm very much curious how will this time Oregon will go for both of them.
Yeah, obviously, as we've already alluded to, roster shuffles are going to be a big telltale on how this game is going to play out. Obviously, both teams making a couple of switches, whether it be for sub/core players, etc., etc. Everything sort of comes down to something at the end of the day in terms of when you start moving rosters around. So hopefully it is for the better in both cases as opposed to the latter side of that. But Cthulhu Oregon is a map that plays out relatively straightforward in any iteration of Playday that we see. Yes, sometimes you bring those sort of niche operators like the Monty, like sort of Thorn even, we've seen a few times be very viable on downstairs, upstairs even for Oregon. So things that teams aren't necessarily picking can be a deciding factor, but again, it comes down to what they want to bring on the night. Will they keep things relatively vanilla? Will they keep things going to the standard that they normally play Oregon? Or are we going to see them change some things up with these new rosters, maybe try some new strategies? We don't know until we get into it, and we will be, hopefully, soon.
Did spot a cheeky face cream cam as well on the side of Antic, so I'm actually quite excited to see how will he be able to perform here. There's the absolute handsome unit he is. A little bit hazy on the camera, so I'm not too sure whether it's just the lens that are a little bit scuffed there, or if the man is just actually just playing in a bit of a fog of war, one could even say. But yeah, look, I'm keen for it all, because on the side of Antic, I mean, we've mentioned just briefly that LFO has departed the OCL, but the players did not. It did get kind of the whole roster did get picked apart by a variety of different teams, including even Antic. I mean, Drift Zone initially as a part of Kraken as their sub, then moving on to LFO, showing a few really promising rounds, now joining Antic. I rate the pickup.
Oh yeah, the pickup is a pretty monumentous one for the roster Cthulhu, but I mean, yeah, LFO being scattered around obviously brings up multiple players in multiple rosters, so it's no real surprise that we have seen one sort of pop up in this matchup here. But starting off always as the bans, Cthulhu for Oregon, I don't think we're going to be expecting anything too out of the ordinary here. Probably Thatcher, Maybe the Flores, maybe even the Finker. We've seen her be banned out in increasing amounts, given she is still very, very prominent in competitive R6. Then, obviously, on the defense side, I mean, what are you thinking? Mirror obviously already gone. What else is going to fill those
True,
shoes?
yeah. Yeah, well, Nook is going to be the one. Understandably so. I mean, it is funny to me that it is Antic that is banning it out, given that they were the prominent ones to really pick her. But again, yeah, Nook has been kind of seeing an increase in her pick rate, given the fact that just how impactful she can be on quite a number of sites as well. Plus the frag grenades, plus, I mean, the ability to hide your general presence is always quite nice. Cade out. Yeah, assuming Valkyrie is going to be the one to be banned out, but yeah, Proto, you did actually make quite a solid statement that I nearly actually forgotten, that Mira being in the global ban due to certain issues with her gadget, yeah, it certainly does open up quite a nice window of opportunity and kind of gives us almost like a glimpse as to what would have happened if Siege already had 3 bans per side.
That would actually be kind of insane. I mean, you could take out Thatcher, Flores, and then whatever else you wanted to fill, Finker, respectively. But it'd be a weird system. Obviously, both teams have to vote, something along the line. Anyway, Cthulhu, we don't need to worry about that. It's not something that is it's above our pay grade. We'll say that 2 bans is enough for us at the moment on the casting desk to handle with both sides. So we'll stick to it for the time being. But yeah, nothing really out of the ordinary on the bans at all, minus the knock, especially coming from Antic. But given that Wazoo is no longer here, he's not going to be playing that operator. I don't really think they're going to have too much use for it. Obviously, being banned doesn't really help in terms of if they wanted to have use for said operator, but it's not going to be useful to anyone else in this matchup at all, given that she is spending the rest of it on the bench. In terms of what's going on the screen right now, Altazelios kicking things off downstairs with a relatively straightforward hold with a possibility of an extension, it seems, upstairs in the meeting.
You know what saddens me a little bit here, Proto, on the side of Altazelios? Lack of banana. And being the absolute entertainment unit that he is, no longer being with us, at least for this matchup, certainly does sadden me. Plus, given the fact that he was quite an occasional connoisseur of the shotgun play here on Oregon, could have actually found quite a fair few angles. But curious how will the newest introductions, I mean, Trippin, Nick, Dirty as well, so all 3 of them could be an interesting one. Rice, look, we'll have to see, because I mean, you know the ye old saying, if Rice is popping off, there's something wrong with the roster. So let's see if that prophecy will continue to happen.
You can't be doing Rice like that, man. We're 40 seconds into game 1 here for their stage 2 games, but yeah, first kills, Jin goes down early here, and it's not usually what we'd be expecting from Jin, given how much of a sort of star-studded fragger he has sort of become in other leagues. Now finally finding himself a home in the OCL. Unfortunately, going down is a bit of a L start for Antic, losing one of their big fraggers.
True. Albeit first round, so maybe a little bit of a jitter to kick things off as well. But yes, you do make a good point, and rather of an odd decision to make a play, but maybe it's just his kind of ground testing kind of play. C4 coming around, River nearly losing his life there. Was a rather spicy decision to play by Rice, and actually decides to play a very much of a up-close position on the Freezer stairs. Now, a little bit of a calm before the storm, I say that, though rather rapidly. Rice has been completely eliminated. Face Cream on F2, by the way, rather a newest introduction to his operator pool comparative to the last season, so good to see that the Antic have been hard at work, improving their play.
Yeah, broadening the selection, as some would say. It's like a fine wine. You have to have a palate for multiple tastes. But speaking of multiple tastes, iDrift will find another kill. And I mean, it leaves Trippin on his lonesome in the top floor, and Snip, the only player on site to really do too much in terms of holding on. But the Diffuser now in control of the Jaeger. Cthulhu, not looking good for Antic unless they can retrieve this Diffuser and get onto the site without any more losses.
Indeed, yeah. Face Cream just misses out on the push-up onto the stairs from the laundry from what I believe was Snip. Yeah, about to go in for another swing. Oh no, being already starting to be pressured out of the site, which is the last thing that the man would have wanted to see. But full control and now a retake on the hands of Altazelios in hopes of finding some sort of success here.
It's going to have to be a big one at that. Cthulhu post plants now, as well as the crossfires all set up. And Owen finds the first to make it both for Antic. And the Buck, not only does he plant, but he finds all the kills required to end the round in a timely fashion as well. Cthulhu, a great starting round for Antic. I mean, picking apart that defense piece by piece. Yes, a little bit of a misplay, allowing Trip and a retake onto the top floor, but not one that was not soon punished. And definitely very well done on the attacking side for round number 1. But yeah, things are looking up here. Really well done, round number 1.
Yes, and already we do see the introduction of Azami. We kind of touched up on the fact that whether she will be a frequent pick or even a ban, maybe even, but already Altazelios deciding to bring her out certainly showcases that they have quite some big plans for her play. Plus, I mean, sporting a really flexible loadout. I mean, well, the impact grenades, the dig for opening whatever quick, head-sized holes, I suppose, plus the Capcan's SMG as well. So overall, a really, really good loadout on top of her utility. So keen to see how will they really play her out. Because, I mean, kind of, I want to quickly date back to the ban phase of Clubhouse from the last matchup. The Castle and Azami was banned out. Here, obviously, I mean, could we see something like a Castle Azami play, or is it a little bit too much of an overkill?
I think one sort of inertly cancels out the other. Castle is more of a static denial operator. Yes, it requires 9 hits to break the barricade, whereas Azami, as we see here from Nick already, on that roam, he can sort of close off whatever he needs to close off whenever he needs to. Say a window is opened up in his position, say they open a breach to attempt to push him out, he can just close that one up on the fly, get out, rotate away, and survive. But we actually have the introduction of both of the new characters, Azami and Sens, making their way onto the battlefield here for round number 2.
Drift not running any sort of grips either, so sticking to his promise rather thoroughly. And an interesting way, actually, I only just now realized that the Sens actually grips by the actual foregrip of the barrel rather than by the magwell, so quite a cool, I suppose, look. But so far, in comes the grenades. This is going to be one hell of a defense if Nick is able to keep holding on the fort, but he doesn't for not a long while. Pressure from above as well is not looking particularly too promising, and Dirty gets the finisher as well. 3 versus 2, all of a sudden, well, Altazelius not particularly feeling it too well. Hollow on the MP5K for Rice could do quite some damage. Drift Zone ready to start it blasting off. And in comes the Sens utility as well. Swing, Rice does get the better of him really nicely. And no plan just yet. Drift Zone all alone on the side. Face Cream trying to rush towards his teammate to try to rendezvous. But oh my lord, Dirty does Face Cream dirty either.
Keep in mind, Cthulhu, as well, this was a 4 versus 5 off the get-go with Snip disconnecting. So AZ had a really good round so far. The Sens wall to come out, though. That is going to allow Drift to make it in to Laundry. But Weiss, with the shotgun, Rice needs to make it happen, but he can't. The pre-fire from iDrift. Antic going to walk away with that round. A very close one, let's be honest, given the circumstances they found themselves in. But they get the job done nonetheless and secure themselves their second round.
Not bad at all. Snip has managed to finally return, so we are back into the swing of things. But that was a solid turnout from Drift Zone as well. Definitely managing to keep it nice and snappy, and the no grip kind of play actually ended up working out pretty well. So far so good, and a 2-pointer for Antic to start things off certainly showcases that it might just end up being quite a spooky roster going into the remainder of OCL. But again, only off the back of the 2 points. Probably not the best time for me to make those kind of very strong statements.
Yeah.
I'd probably leave that to Blue Panda to do that.
Yes. We'll leave that to the man, the myth, the legend to do those ones. But Sens actually had a pretty decent impact on that round if we're sort of analysing what we saw from them. The utility coming out, covering the rotate there both times, didn't necessarily allow for the bomb to go down in retrospect, but the kills were there, obviously playing off of that utility, because when you sort of throw it out, you get that green haze when you stand into it. So that might have been the issue that we saw Wamai run into Dirty there at the end of that round. Possibly the issue that could have caused him to be fragged out. But You never know. Cthulhu could have just been gun skill at the end of the day. Drift is a very capable fragger, and we've seen that before in the past. So no real surprise that he won that one out. But yeah, Sens definitely had, I would say, a decent impact in that round.
Oh, absolutely. Both pieces of utility, whilst used in the same position, definitely allow for completely two different playstyles. But Ready Jin, once again, actually pushing the very same position, but this time it's actually Owen to kick things off. Rice completely dumpstered and promoted rather back to the spectator screen. Jin is already by the doorway into the kitchen, so could absolutely shut down the rotation, but Frag Grenade being pulled, expecting some sort of presence around the counter. Won't really count for anything, really. And as it stands, early player numbers advantage is good, but Snip on the flank around, but gets outflanked, outplayed. Owen once again back into the swing of things. The Buck representative going in rather big here. Ready, another one, swings in. Dirty finds another one as well. That's Owen gone, but still, the presence very strong here coming around from Antic R6, and they just completely overflowing. Jin finds a double for him. All of a sudden, it's all down to Nick, and well, Proto, this feels like a complete utter washout by Antic R6.
Yeah, not too much hope here for Nick in a 1 versus 3, especially in the post plant. 40 seconds is a lot of time, but definitely not enough time, especially when you've got 3 players all sort of running at you. iDrift is going to be the one to peak, but isn't going to take Nick down there. The nade now to force him away from the top of White. Actually, more damage dealt to Drift than did to Nick, but it is going to be the Habana to finish things off. Again, another great round of attack. The drive-by, another great round of attack from Antic there to finish things off. 3 in a row, Cthulhu. AZ, unfortunately, not able to sort of turn anything around and put a round on the board for themselves just yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a odd, almost kerfuffle really here from Altered Zelios, as they're trying to, you know, get themselves on board, trying to find some kind of early gunfights, but kind of just all falling apart, being unable to find any sort of stable ground for them to hold on to, which is something that is probably worth kind of keeping in mind, that this is they have been kind of struggling for that sort of consistency. So like they would have a good burst of success, and then, well, it would slowly fade away. So look, assuming that maybe once we do get to the later stages of this half, or maybe the attack is where Old Steelers might get to shine. For Antic though, look, early, I suppose, points pillow would certainly help.
Yeah, especially when they go onto the defense side. Putting rounds on the board when you start attacking on Oregon is probably the biggest thing that you need to be focusing. Obviously, that is everyone's focus when they're playing a competitive game. But especially on Oregon teams, we will see sometimes they start on the defense. You know, they go 3-3, 4-2 maybe. They have a good half, but then when they get on the attack, they just can't convert those rounds. Things don't quite sort of get together maybe for them. Not too sure what happens sometimes in those cases, but we do see it happen, Cthulhu. Something else we see happen apparently here is not too many reinforcements this time on the site for AZ, and a very heavy extension, it seems, to the top middle floor.
Yeah, it does feel rather unusual, almost an SSG-esque kind of play, but not to its full entirety. Albeit we did see occasionally these kind of extensions work out pretty well as, you know, action started to unravel later down the line, generating that sort of extra buffer to play around. Nick actually managing to slip by the drone. In comes the swing. Perfect read onto Jin, completely dumpstering the poor man. No more Finker once again in the early stages. That has to hurt a lot. And another swing now, this time from Drift Zone as well, looking to try to remedy that sort of play, but none of that really works out.
No, unfortunately not there for Antic. Can't get that refrag. It will allow that player on the top floor to sort of get away, but River actually will find one before being traded back out. Nick good for a second, Dirty as well for a third, and very quickly AZ on the defense find 4 kills in a matter of half a round, and it leaves everything up to Owen. Face checks into the shotgun, and he's not going to come out on top of that one without a few scratches, and well, that is going to be the first round for AZ, now secured and locked into the table.
Indeed, well, finally AZ get on the board, which is a good time supposed to do that. Owen busting out the Osa, the operator that he did flex closer to the later end of the stage 1, but certainly has grown to be rather proficient at the operator. Certainly quite curious if he will be able to once again make the play. Curious though about Jin, given that he has been that sort of the big, talking point given his fragging prowess. So far, did not really have a whole lot of impact. I mean, 3-3 is all great and all, you're going technically positive on the KD, but for semi-entry slash kind of the big fragger, feels rather weird seeing that sort of scoreline. Instead, it's actually been Owen and Driftzone kind of putting in the numbers, albeit only by just a brief margin. So, look, suppose we'll have to wait and see how things later down the line really unravel, but certainly feels like maybe later down the line we'll see a switch in the roles.
Yeah, Jin on defense is very, very scary. I do have to attest. I've seen him play in multiple, tier 3 grassroots leagues, and he is a very, very scary player to come up against when he sort of finds his stride and things. So maybe he just quite hasn't warmed up to this matchup just yet. And I definitely think given a couple more rounds, he will find his own sort of comfort area. But at the moment, yes, unfortunately not doing the greatest, especially on an operator like Finker, who usually we would expect to be sort of finding a lot of those opening kills. But he could be on for one here with that nade perfectly placed, tripping. Jaeger ADS there, not going to save the day, and he does have to be worrying about those ones.
That's not particularly, promising result there, really, for the defense. Trippin and Nikki not really particularly having a fun time. Dirty now has the possibility of trying to clear out, but completely distracted. The play by Owen kind of almost worked out far too well, drawing in almost too much attention at that point.
A little bit of the old bait and switch Cthulhu for Antic there, and it worked out really, really well. Great interplay with that utility, whether or not it was intended or not, completely different prospect. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, it was meant. Why wouldn't it be? But the main breach now being opened up is going to allow Antic a lot more possibilities in terms of how they go to execute. Obviously, it is looking to be that main breach attic split, but as they start to go for the execute, they lose in the moment with Rice and Snip both finding one on the SMG's Cthulhu. The plant now happening.
Yeah, with Rice now falling, it's all down to Snip to try to make a play. No C4s, so it's all just the guns, just his utility. One swing down, but does not expect Drift Zone around that place as well. Quick, snappy turnout, and, fourth point, I believe, for the Antic roster. Looks pretty solid so far, but do we reckon this kind of momentum will continue going possibly into the second half, Proto?
I definitely think it will. I mean, Cthulhu, I already sort of alluded already that Jin on defense, very, very scary. We've seen Face Cream do it on this map before as well on the defense side of things, become that Super Saiyan sort of player. So going on to defense here, if I was AZ, if I do not find this round, I would be very, very scared indeed, Cthulhu. I mean, based on the scores that we saw from the last time these two teams played this match against each other on this map, this is a stark difference. And yes, while that may have something to do with the roster changes that we've seen for Antic, I still think that a lot of the general premise that they're bringing here is relatively normal. Like, there isn't anything too out of the books here that we've seen so far from on the attacking side. Obviously, that can differ in terms of strategy on the defensive side of things. But so far on attack, it has been a very solid three-dimensional push. They have control of multiple areas. They have different sort of executes set up just in case something goes wrong in that off chance. And they have been making sort of plays in terms of adapting to on the go really, really well here. And AZ have looked a little bit lost in the sauce in terms of what to do.
Yeah, AZ definitely been struggling to find their own kind of footing here. Trippin, actually full well knowledgeable about the menace of the frag grenades from down below. Will try to at least make a play around the reinforced hatch, so at least no direct damage could come around. Trippin, revealing that there is some presence drift zone as well, confirms that very play. Not particularly the most ideal one, so swing from Jin could be a rather deadly one, but instead actually opts out of that whole position, and as drift zone just keeps him occupied finally, the drone is all gone, but a fair bit of information, a fair bit of distraction has been also committed to, and now with Trippen's position almost locked in their armory, this actually allowed Owen to make a good progress into the master bedroom, establishing one of the first few bulletproof shields as well.
Yeah, especially with Dirty not having impacts on the Lormai as opposed to the Beepers. This means that Owen has actually gone completely deep into Master, has been able to cut off Trippen's rotate back to the top sort of side of Trophy, and that's going to force him towards, as we see currently, the middle of main stairs. He does have support from Nick on the bottom of main, but at this point, it is a pretty easy cutoff now for Antic. They have this player isolated. They've got one downstairs to cut the rotate off. The question will now be is can they force these kills? Trippen, though, is going to make things a whole lot harder. He doesn't want to go quietly, and he's going to take one with him in the fray.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary kind of moment really here. Ultrazillions have the potential to completely overtake this old face cream, actually creeping around, kind of almost simulating the effects of Nook, but without the actual Nook. So far, so good. Just waiting for the actual swing to happen, or maybe just a little bit more of a careless kind of attempt at the rotation, which he's basically betting on. But can't really wait a whole lot with less than a minute remaining. Surely we are about to see a full send from Antic.
I'd imagine so, Cthulhu. I mean, they've got some decent control now. They've managed to push most of the players out of Master. They do still have Nick and Snip on the second floor that they need to be wary of. Some good utility in the hands in terms of Denial 1 Nitro, but other than that, the execute's actually going to be pretty difficult, I'd imagine. There's only 30 seconds left. Not a great deal that they can do.
Yeah, with Nick as well getting the better of Face Cream, the person that was kind of creeping around. This does not leave a whole lot of space. Oh, the PDW does not really work out. 2v1, all of a sudden it's all down to Nick, as it initially looked like it would have been a big one for Ultrazillions to completely wrap up, but the plant gone down, Antic now in control, and, well, that's all done and dusted, and I think Owen just absolutely sent his mouse across the room.
It might have been his mouse across the room, or it might have died. I mean, he sort of picked those main stairs and then just froze in place, trying to run away, and was fragged out. So either way, something happened to Owen's mouse. So may whatever it is rest in peace. But 5-1-1, Cthulhu Antic, absolutely dangerous when it came down to the attack. He had every right to win that round. Denial downstairs. They had players ready for the retake. They had all means of explosives in terms of nitros ready to sort of throw up through hatches onto the default plants. Shotguns available, but it didn't matter. Antic just walked right on in, took their ones, found their kills, and then walked away with the dub on top of that. I mean, it was a great attempt from AZ. They actually had me convinced that they were going to win that. I mean, that was looking like a really, really solid round from them up until the point where everyone on Antic sort of just won their ones. And at the end of the day, you can't really do too much when that does happen, unfortunately. You just sort of have to take it on the chin. GG go next round, and here we are, round number 7, a 5-1-1, a really good half at that for both sides, but Antic obviously having a bit more of a successful time in that half. On the defense side now, they've got the momentum, but can they keep running with it, Cthulhu? That is the big question now.
Indeed. Already got the deadly duo of the yellow with the FO12 shotgun for Owen. Jin is going to be that fiend yet again. Oh, you're getting a little bit too eager there, maybe, on the play. Forgetting that Ultrazillions do come from a very similar roots of just being the absolute fiends and fraggers. So probably a few of those tricks won't probably work on them either. But I'm definitely keen to see, because River bringing out the mute with a shotgun as well could do quite some damage up close. Face Cream on a bit of an unusual pick. Look, usually accustomed to see him either on the mute MP5K or the Mine. This time deciding to bring in the Alibi. Relatively similar, at least gunplay-wise, operator. Should do quite a fair bit of good. Why?
Bit of a point-and-click adventure game, the MX4 Storm and the MP5R. It's laser beams, especially in the right hands, especially in capable players' hands. Face Cream being one of those capable players. However, Nick, somewhat knowledgeable of the position inside of meeting. He's going to miss that shot, though, in the reswing. He's not going to. We'll connect this time. Takes down that second player, but not that third. Eye drift there from 2, actually, so far in this round. And Antic on the defense, standing strong. I mean, this hold so far from them has been great positionally, even saying it has been really difficult for AZ to deal with it.
Triple for Drift Zone, meanwhile, does manage to find at least some sort of a refrag onto Rice, but a quick swing should be finding the finisher. There it is onto Jin. But it does leave Trippin and Dirty in a bit of a pickle, really, because whilst for Antic, all they really need to do is just default back to the side, hold their angles. They have the FO12, they have the shotgun, they have Drift Zone, who's been fiending on the MP5 without the, by the way, the grip as well, by the way. An absolute gamer he is. Whereas on the side of Trippin and Dirty, they have to be the ones to basically swing those positions, and the time being kind of playing against them could pose a few issues. Now, did we find those angles, though? That's a whole completely different question, I feel.
Definitely an interesting question. They're choosing to split up, which in the given position, probably not the best of choices, but they have to make a play somehow. It is going to be an E-box sort of blue split, I'd imagine. Maybe backstairs even here for Dirty, but Cthulhu, 30 seconds is not a lot of time to work with. To win pretty much every fight they take coming into these last 25.
Well, in comes the swing already. Trippin knows about the presence of Drift Zone, does get rid of him rather quickly. River, though, does find a nice solid refrag onto Dirty. Pre-fire there could have been deadly if they came a second earlier. 12 seconds remaining. The swings must come around, but it's all a crossfire and a half. A lot of damage. Trippin still thinking that there is somebody around, but it's just a game of just the ring around a rosy, and it's at the end. It's the FO12 that wraps it all up. Owen, very much ecstatic that it all works out. Very much, well, I mean, for the right reasons. Match point for Antic.
And a quick one at that. I mean, what an absolute session that these boys have had so far. 6 rounds here on the board, finding match point early. I mean, we've only seen 7 Cthulhu, this being the 8th. I mean, what a way to kick off stage 2 so far, with the roster changes that we've seen from them definitely seeming to have a little bit more of an invigorative effect in terms of their stride. They are putting in the work right now against AZ, and well, on top of that, the map that we are on, they lost in the previous time that we saw them play it in OT, but this doesn't look anything like that at all in regards to the last time we saw it.
Absolutely. Now, this is definitely looking like the Antic R6 roster that could be an absolutely fiending one. And I mean, after the departure of Kraken, who was basically the top dog in OCL, leading up to the conclusion of stage 1, me and Panda, we were kind of, asking a question whether who would be the next kind of contender to go into the promo relegations to possibly promote themselves to OCN. And at the moment, look, I mean, if Antic do continue this kind of pace, if they continue this kind of play, but keep on improving on, say, small bits and pieces and keeping Jin alive for a brief moment longer, I reckon could be the shout.
Definitely a scary roster, and definitely one that I think that has potential to make that OCN promo. On top of that as well, obviously rosters like 1620 could be those ones to find themselves in that position, but not to focus on them too much. Antic and AZ right now duking it out with Altered Zelios on the precipice of finding themselves minus, well, not even minus, just not finding 3 points for the evening Cthulhu. Which is rather unfortunate to say. Coming into this, obviously, it was set to be the grudge match. It was set to be the rematch of times. But at the moment, it's not really going too well for AZ at all, especially now with Jin finding himself that opening kill and Antic just putting themselves that one step further every chance they get.
I wonder how poor Nick's retinas are going after that one. Rather unfortunate turn out there for the man, but given that snip now out of the equation rather early, this will mean that all the damage for Ultidealers will be rather permanent. And yeah, look, not the best kind of idea to have happen. Free Scream as well on the prowl. Oh, he knows he has a plan. No, the pre-fire doesn't reveal the position, but surely no, never mind. Does not actually bode too well. 2 people actually being dedicated to getting rid of Rice, but decide to fall back both ends of the deal. Given the circumstances right now, Antic are feeling pretty solid, and I mean even more solid now. 2 more frags remaining for them to wrap up and score the 3-pointer, and Dirty actually on a ripper. 2 now versus 2. All of a sudden, Alton Zelius might just be able to bring this back, and Antic kind of bit of on a throwing streak, not gonna lie.
Dirty could be the single reason that AZ stay in this matchup around longer, provided that Drift and River don't fumble the bag. Both of these two players, high amounts of kills for their roster so far. Obviously Drift on 10, so being the bread getters at the moment, they are going to be looking to at least try and lock this one out relatively quick. Drift going to be the first point of contact though here, not long left. Cthulhu, 40 seconds. There's not a lot of time.
Whoa.
Dirty goes down. There's only one player left. For AZ, the confirmation from River, and it's not looking great at all here for Rice, Cthulhu. Antic just need to hold their crossfire.
Absolutely, yeah. So far, this is looking to be just about to be a done deal, and it will be. Drift Zone is the one to put the final nail into the coffin. And Antic, my goodness, they're looking pretty fresh right now, and not a whole lot of ways to really stop them, it seems, at least at this stage. And it certainly seems like Owen's kind of talk in the interview that they finally kind of getting that that potential out there, certainly working out.
There was more than moments of highlight for that iteration of the roster. Owen, I think, definitely underselling his new roster a little bit there to us, Cthulhu, sort of leading us in for a very pleasant surprise. A 7-1 with a 5-1 half for Antic is definitely something well worth noting down, especially given that the last time we saw this matchup, it definitely was nowhere near in comparison to what we've just seen play out.
Absolutely, yeah, look. This is definitely looking to be the new era of the Antic roster, and I'm certainly very excited for the future prospects of it all. But again, kind of more so to kind of talk in the retrospect of Playday 2 as well. Playday 1 rather. That maybe it's just more so kind of the rust coming off for some of these rosters, given that it was quite a fair bit of a break. But regardless of that, a 7-1 victory is still nothing to scoff at all. And look, I mean, with the introduction of some of the newer players, with kind of Face Cream stepping back into the core, at least for tonight, I'm very much keen and sold on the roster, and definitely keen to see how will they develop even further.
Yeah, that was a very scary roster. I mean, Antic tonight were clinical in their execution. While, yes, a couple of players that we may not have expected to be getting the frags were getting them, I don't think it really matters in that respect. Everyone from Antic definitely looks like they're looking to play more of that flexible position where someone can take up the slack for X period of time, whereas, you know, they have the ability to switch on round between things. It did look really, really well. The synergy was there, the chemistry was there, and ultimately the execution as well, as we've already said and seen. A 7-1 is a precedent-setting match for them. It definitely highlights what this roster has to bring, and not only highlights that, but the rest of the stage is definitely looking interesting.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the highlight, Mr. Owen himself will be joining us on the interview booth. Owen, look, mate, it's good to see you back on the interview desk. Congratulations on the dub. How does it feel with the new roster, the new refreshed roster?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we're just like having fun and walking it down, and it seems to be working. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are a lovely bunch to play with.
It looked great. It really did. Obviously, you've got everything sort of outlined. In terms of going forward from this, obviously a 7-1 looks really, really good straight out of the gate. Are you confident going forward to next week's Playdays, given that you've had such a invigorating start with this new roster?
Looking into the next couple of weeks, I think we are feeling pretty confident, especially with how much we've been playing together and how hard we've been working behind the scenes. I think we're looking to bring some pretty good results to the board.
Well, before we let you go, I do have one more question. With with Drizzone, the man kind of alluded on the socials that he's going to be a no grip gamer. What's the deal with all of that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Tilshak told him to get a grip a while ago, and he's just been scrimming the last couple of weeks without a grip, so he needs to get one. He needs to get a grip.
Needs to get a... Hey, I mean, even without the grip, that man was fiending.
He was.
Yeah, that's
But
it.
yeah, look, before we will let you go and celebrate, anyone you want to shout out?
We got to give Salvo a shout out. He asked me to drag the interview on for as long as possible because they are still in their warm-up scrim right now. So best of luck to those boys tonight. They're up next against, I think it was Circular Spheres. Yeah, they're gonna need it.
All right. Yeah, they're definitely gonna need it. Well, once again, congratulations on the double, and it was good to see you, mate. Well, good luck, and we'll see you later.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You love to see it.
Love to see it, man. Always a pleasure having Owen on the line. But look, given that we are waiting for the warm-up scrim for 1620 Kings to quickly wrap it up, I'm keen to see what they've been cooking up, because again, they're the only roster that actually did not undergo any sort of changes in the lineup. So against Circular Spheres, yeah, they probably would need that extra warm-up.
Yeah, given that Circular Spheres had a pretty hot stage as of the last Cthulhu coming into this matchup, it's gonna be, I would say, probably the biggest one we've seen so far in terms of who's gonna walk away with it. Definitely one with overtime potential. Looking at the statistics of it all, I mean, it's gonna be a banger, Cthulhu, it really is, but we don't get to see it just yet.
Yeah, don't get to see it just yet. We are going to be taking it to a quick short break to get everything set up and ready, and well prepared for an absolute hero of a matchup. 1620 Kings versus Circular Spheres after this break.
Ice cold.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. Next, next, next. What's next? Next, next, next. Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na
Already 2 matches down on our first Playday of Stage 2 for OCL, and well, 2 rather quick conclusions to those said matchups. I mean, we kicked things off with a 7-3 between AE and Nutty Gaming, with Nutty Gaming coming out the victors. Now Antic beating Altered Zelios with a 7-1 scoreline, and what a way to do it. 7-1, just dominance.
A pure dominance, Cthulhu. The quickest game so far for stage number 2, given we've only seen 2, let's be honest. But still a really decisive matchup. 7-1 in any respects is an absolutely dominant match to see. But moving on from that, we have a different matchup coming in for game number 3, 1620 versus Spheres. And I think it's going to be one that's going to go the distance, Cthulhu.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, the 2 rosters that do have quite some history behind them. Look, the matchups were rather very dominant in, well, Sphere's favor, albeit it was later down the line 1620 Kings that started to finally start performing, and it's the only roster that we've already alluded to that didn't really change a whole lot. Same technically goes for Circular Spheres. They were waiting for Physics to come of age to actually play as part of the core, so 2 rosters that didn't per se make a whole great deal of change. We'll be now duking it out tonight, and honestly, well, for 1620 Kings, I mean, Chef Jeff, the Bishop of Boomstick, the man, the myth, the legend, honestly, his whole story with an OCL has been quite a prolonged one, and maybe it's about time that the man finally starts performing with his roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, given that they haven't made any roster changes from stage 1, this is obviously going to lead to, hopefully, an increase in a lot of things for them. Chemistry, confidence, synergy, obviously was reflected in their gameplay of last stage, finishing in a pretty good position. But this is going to be a very telling match for them tonight. Last time we saw Spheres go up against 1620 Kings, it was a 7-3 in favor of Circular Spheres on Border Playday 4 in last stage. So, look, coming into this, 1620, obviously a lot to prove. That was very decisive from the Spheres. So hopefully, 1620 not making any roster changes and putting in the time, putting in the effort is going to reflect in this match tonight.
Indeed. Well, speaking of Circular Spheres as well, Japer, Goofed, Crimstar, Geordie, and Physics, their roster that has been very much aggressive on their plays. Crimstar being kind of the big highlight player for that team. Him plus Japer. Occasionally it's either Geordie or Goofed that would perform, but I'm curious how will the newest introduction of Physics will really be able to perform here, given that it didn't really get a whole lot of screen time. Well, even if he did even get any back on stage 1, but the team that came in second place by the conclusion of stage 1, albeit no playoffs, so it was off the back of the group stage performances, but still, it was a solid effort from them.
Yeah, they had a really great first stage, especially with what they bought at the specific time. But Cthulhu, we've already mentioned, they've had a couple of change rounds. You know, they've swapped some things around. But yeah, Crim, definitely a scary member of that roster. Japper can definitely be on the burners when he needs to be as well. So coming into this, obviously, there's no surprise that they were the favoured at the end of stage 1. So coming into stage 2, obviously, there is a little bit of precedence there for them already coming into this matchup. But 1620, I mean, we talked about it already. They have put the time in. They've been putting the effort in behind the scenes. They're a roster that hasn't changed a lot since stage 1. Well, they haven't changed at all since stage 1. So coming into this, we're going to hope to see that all the hard work that they've been putting in behind the scenes pays off for them. Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Look, let's have a look at the maps as well that will be deciding our possible fate for the 2 teams. And Border does finally make a play and finally makes an appearance in stage 2, a map that I personally have been very much hyped to see every time it was picked, given that it does bear quite a fair bit of, you know, historical weight as well in the Siege competitive, given that it was one of those like first few competitive maps back in the vanilla days of Siege. So with Border being reintroduced back into the play after all the changes, it has been introducing a lot of dynamic play, I reckon. So this here between K16 and Circular Spheres, I am very much excited, given that it was also to K16 to decide whether it was Oregon or Border.
Yeah, and definitely throwing that curveball out here onto Border. Obviously, the last time, again, that we saw these two teams play, it was on Border. So both teams in our last two matches, the ones that lost, actually, surprisingly, choosing to go right back on to where they versed the same team in the previous time they versed them. So whether that hints at something here in terms of, obviously... well, foreshadowing, we could say, Cthulhu. Border is definitely going to be an interesting one, as you mentioned. All the changes we've recently seen from it, it allows for a multitude of playstyles. Obviously, it is very sort of allowing in aggression, but also in passiveness. It can be a double-edged sword when played correctly. And I'd imagine both of these teams are going to bring their own sort of take on Border, but it is going to be an interesting map, I think, for this matchup.
Absolutely. And I mean, we already had, the whole storyline start forming where, last season, say with Antic versus AZ, it was AZ that won out in overtime. Now, well, K16 are the ones bringing in the Border. They were the ones that lost the two Circular Spheres. Both rosters didn't particularly undergo a whole lot of changes, really. So maybe it's time for K16 to also continue that whole storyline, be the ones to kind of beat Circular Spheres, set that initial tone. Because, look, closer to the end of Stage 1, they were definitely looking like they finally kind of come to term with all of their setups, all their things, and kind of actually got to absolutely destroy their opponents for the most of it.
Yeah. I mean, it reflects obviously in the finishing place for them as well. Second, that is big numbers. Obviously, one away from first, but they are a very scary roster, and it reflects in not only their placements but their play styles. It is a roster that favors aggression and clinical aggression at that. It isn't sort of just you walk in here and try and get kills. It is very much backed up by information. It is very much backed up by off of individual plays, utility-based, etc., but it is aggression nonetheless, and sometimes teams tend to struggle to deal with it. So whether or not aggression is going to be the key to Circular Spheres walking away with this dub or not, obviously will depend on what 1620 Kings want to do about it.
Absolutely. Well, already good luck, have fun coming around, as, the ban phase could allude to some of the interesting setups. As, oh, look, a little bit of an unfortunate moment. Maybe we are going to be getting a quick cheeky reset of the lobby. But look, this does also give us a bit of a actually talking moment to actually talk about what could we see ban-wise on Border, given that it's a map that sports a little bit of a different kind of line of necessities. Let's call it that. Do we expect to see maybe something across the lines of more so kind of a Heart Breacher set of bans? Say something like maybe Hibana and an Ace kind of ban, or maybe Hibana Maverick, even something like that?
Definitely. Is that a Minecraft torch water bottle? That is cool.
Yes,
Sorry, I had to highlight that really quickly. That's sick from physics. I honestly, I'm gonna sort of go to the other end of the spectrum. Yeah, let's get the full screen. That's sick. I think we're gonna see something possibly along the lines of maybe even a Buck Cthulhu. I mean, Buck on Border. Is a very scary operator. He has all the verticality from above and below, obviously the hard breach charges as well now. The 1.5 on the C8 being an absolute madness in the right hands too. So not really surprising if we do see him banned out, and honestly an operator that I would rate in terms of seeing the ban, but I definitely think your sort of guess as well is up there. Hibana could go, Maverick even maybe, obviously not one that we see too much, but Ace, yeah, I could see that too. Defense, probably nothing too different. I reckon we'll probably just see the normal Valkyrie pick and then something in relation to maybe just a specific ban. Yeah, Cade or even a Wamai could be big on Border.
True, yeah. Wamai could actually absolutely be a spanner in the works. Given that, yeah, quite a lot of teams kind of started becoming a little bit more, I guess, comfortable with having both Jaeger and Wamai on board. We did see, actually, I believe Southeast Asia ban out a couple times the Aruni as well. So that could be another case, given how flexible Aruni is in terms of kind of being a little bit of a Swiss knife, really, with being able to have the openings with just her melee, with being able to deny some of the entries with her Syria gates, and having the amazing gun that is the MK14 EDR as well. So Yeah, there's quite a number of ideas that could have gone for it, so I'm rather actually quite curious. Good to see as well, by the way, quick side note as well, the K16 boys sporting the jerseys as well, all swagged up. So definitely an increase in the morale, per se, could be in play here too. By the way, as well, quick note, Testa, the man who was who is part of the roster who set the kill record, I believe, in OCL as well. And I think it was just matched close to the conclusion of stage 1 by Machine as well. So K16, fragging, absolutely gaming team.
Especially with the jerseys, you know what they say, Cthulhu, you drip or you drown.
Exactly.
And in this occasion, 1620 definitely got that drip. But will the drip be enough to secure them the dub? Obviously, a big question. It will definitely help, I think. Obviously, you get +2 for your gaming chair, but they get +5 for the jerseys. So 1620 coming into this with a little bit of a buff, we could say. But yeah, the bans, I think the bans will also be a pretty big thing that have an effect on how this one plays out, because taking those sort of very specific operators off the board, like the Buck if it's sort of banned out, like the Wamai if it's banned out, it will make just existence a whole lot harder, given that they are operators that we see used pretty much majority of the time on border. I mean, Wamai is always holding inside of security. Buck is always clearing from above/below, depending on the bomb site. So, I mean, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see those banned out, obviously, because they are comfort picks. But if we do see those banned out, that will then bring into the question, what strategy are they going to be employing instead? Because that will be ultimately the scarier point of the two, I'd imagine.
True. Well, suppose we'll have to wait and see what would be the employed play. On the side of circular spheres, I gotta say, Japer, the man who looks like the most absolutely peaceful gamer, is that appearance is very much deceiving. He is an absolute demon when it comes down to being in the actual server. And look, whilst he might be smiling, he's smiling at the fact that he's about to butcher you in the server. So look, I'm definitely keen to see how will he perform. And as a matter of fact, just the whole team, because they were showing some great starts in their performance, where they could even have the possibilities of claiming the first place, but we are finally back into the server. We do see 1620 Kings on the defense, so could be a decent start for them here on the border.
Okay. 1620 getting rid of Finka, and no real surprise. Again, we talked about it. We've seen her banned out in an increasing amount recently, Cthulhu, given, again, her prominence, how good she is, LMG, grenades, the stims, everything that she brings is a plus. Let's be honest, no negatives when Finka's on the board. Gone 6 as well, so in the right hands, a very scary operator, but Thatcher to go. So Buck is going to survive all that theory crafting for nothing. Wamai still possibly yet to go. Mira obviously already in quarantine. Cthulhu, Valkyrie, and who? What are we thinking?
I'm actually feeling, yeah, Valkyrie and Cade. I'm feeling a little bit of that. I'll go for the safe pick. I'll chicken out on this one. So far, I mean, at least I got to look like the big brain, but we all know that that's not my forte.
Watch it be Tachanka or something, and we'll both just be completely wrong, and it'll all be for nothing. Absolutely nothing. Lost in the sauce. What is the final ban? Come on, give us something.
Oh, okay.
Warden! Both of us lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
Both of us lost in the sauce. I called it. We just, next time, we should just not bother. Yeah, Warden, an interesting pick, but again, that now begs the question, why the Warden ban? What are 1620 looking to do on attack that requires Warden not being on the board? Ying comes into mind.
Ying sends general smoke play. There's quite a number of things, yeah. A Glaz even maybe, but hey, actually, that might be the shout, because think of it this way: Shevchev did sport a Glaz a couple times on, obviously not on the border, but on maps like Cafe. But he did kind of show himself as a bit of a occasional Glaz enjoyer. So curious to see how will that really play into the general swing of things. Plus, I mean, don't forget, MPX with a 1.5 times scope is a rather dangerous weapon as well. Plus the C4 as well. So
that too.
technically, maybe it's just for the sake of sanity that, like, if you put down the smoke, nobody's seeing on the other side through it.
Yeah, it's Warden is a good pick. Obviously, he has the shield too, which a lot of teams will employ him for. Obviously, having that shield utility is quite a big thing in competitive R6 since they've had their rework. A lot of teams will bring 2, 3 shields even in the right setup. But something that we do see that is worth noting, Cthulhu, Azami from Lonely on 1620, bringing her out in round number 1 here. We already see those keeper barricades going to work inside of security and 90 Hall here, in the place of those deployable shields that we were just talking about. So already proving her worth in terms of setting up a bomb site, but also how versatile she can be in replacing utility, allowing to bring a completely different operator, maybe like that Malusi instead with the smoke or something along the lines of, we get the Malusi instead. So big things for Azami so far.
Absolutely. Quite curious to find out what is going to be kind of the end result for all of this setup. Already Goofed trying to make an opener here for his team to make a play, make a push to happen, but already spotting quite a fair bit of the castle barricades. I say that though, Crimstar opens up the scoreline with a double actually already. Tesla and Chef Jeff completely gone out of the equation, and yeah, once again the legend of Crimstar continues as the man is just an absolute fiend, and oh no, Machine just misses out on that jump in.
Bit of a shame there for Machine, not finding physics there early on, but a great entry from Crim there. Backed up by some great information from his team. Obviously, there's a reason these guys finished second in stage number 1, but coming forward, they do still have to find 3 more members of 1620. They've got some decent control. They're obviously taking their time here on border. They need to get everything sort of in control before they go for these executes. And first point of contact for them, it seems to be, is definitely going to be the office side. Because obviously you've got players like the Wamai inside of office holding on. A Machine is going to make things a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah, good setup as well from Lonely as well, as, getting himself a bit of a impromptu kind of place, being set up and done and dusted, but with the fact that his team is quite literally falling apart. Yeah, tank and a flashbang is not particularly the ideal play. Swing comes in, got good frag from both actually KJ and Lonely, so now making it a 2v2 is much more doable. 53 seconds remaining, Jordy and Physics separated, Jordy also with quite a lackluster amount of HP, but so is KJ. And KJ will fall first, so far so good, but Lonely has the perfect angle to keep on covering. No, falls away from that angle and reveals his position, which is not particularly boding well.
Unfortunate for Lonely, but he's actually going to get the keeper barricade up and opt for the res. This is a good choice here for 1620 going into the post-plant side of things, Cthulhu, but the bomb now down is going to make things relatively difficult, especially with Jordy taking down KJ. And then the knock to finish things off. Unfortunate there. The res was a good idea, but did not turn into any fruit worth grabbing onto. And it is going to be Circus with, I would say, dominant, but relatively good first round. They lost a couple of those picks late into it, which sort of almost turned things back in favour of 1620, but they got the job done nonetheless.
I mean, continuous pressure as well did particularly work out quite nicely for them. So even despite that those initial losses that Circular Spheres did suffer in the mid game, it still was kind of their play to work around. So understandably so, they would be quite happy about that first round. Good pace setter as well for them. So now for 1620 Kings, look, a little bit of an unfortunate result given that both of the initial frags kind of did go down in rather rapid succession. So maybe a play for a bit more of a kind of a reinforced hold would be the better shout, and maybe just a little bit more of a kind of a turtle-like hold could be in place. But again, maybe more so an attempt to just shut down Crimstar in the early moments would be a better shout.
Well, even just the crossfires that were held there by 1620, really well implemented. Unfortunately, just sort of looking away at the wrong time. I mean, what did we see? 3 times players looked away just at that last second where they could have found that kill for 1620. Rather unfortunate, but obviously sort of sticking that fire instead of going to opt to rotate. Obviously, we don't know what's being called out. We don't know what's going on. But that could have been a difference maker there for them. So possibility on maybe a little bit more emphasis on the crossfires could be a big difference. But the round that they had, arguably, was not that bad. They got it down to that 2v2 position and almost actually clutched it out there.
Yeah, nearly managed to make it work. Just, yeah, unfortunate timings. But let's see if they will be able to fix up those very timings in this very round. A slightly different setup now with slight expansion into the CCTV room, albeit not with a prominent kind of hold there, but an Azami keyboard barrier in play. Should be just about enough, and a nice long angle for Machine to hold as well onto the doorway, so it will be making Circular Spheres to, well, be a little bit more cautious about where they approach, how they play. A very thorough drone game as well, I have to add.
Yeah, Circular Spheres have been very extensive on their information gathering, obviously clearing pretty much every single angle, every single corner before they devote a player to taking that position, and it is sort of proving to be rather beneficial for them. They haven't lost a player with half the round, and they have a considerable amount of control now. They've taken into server, they've taken into 90, they are setting themselves up for a main breach take here, and in the process, with having Crimstar downstairs as well, have now essentially locked off 3 of those players that we see through the wall inside of Office to be cleaned up, especially now on the drop as well. Chef, that's the first rotation caught out there by Circular Spheres.
Yeah, not the ideal result really here, forcing one of the players out of the site as well, plus a down onto Malusi. Doesn't particularly bode too well. Circular Sphere certainly looking pretty dominant. Goof finds a frag onto Machine. The plant is starting to go down as well. Flank around comes around. No cover yet, but no, Japer actually holds the wide angle as well, and all of a sudden, well, the timer has been turned around. Testa falls. It's all down to Lonely to try to make a play, but none comes around. It's a flawless for Circular Spheres, as it seems like so far we are just hitting those big momentum plays, and a snap. My God.
A really nice headshot to finish things off. And so far, Cthulhu Circular Spheres definitely living up to the hype that they left to be desired at the end of stage number 1 as a second placed finishing team coming into Playday number 1 of stage 2. They are definitely keeping that momentum going here. 2 rounds, with one of them being a flawless after, let's be honest, a slight hiccup in the first, to come back in that manner and flawless the following round on a take that was actually really well set up by 1620, crossfires, everything like that. They just sort of walked on in, found their ones, and ultimately the round. Great coverage, Chapper from the main breach there, helping getting that bomb down. Everything sort of just falling into place for them, and it was an insane round, especially with it being the flawless. 2-0 up now, 1620. They're going to have to swap the bomb sites now and choose to go down to construction and forfeit the top floor.
Yeah, they need some sort of a change up really with their play, given that both rounds kind of ended up getting forfeited relatively quickly on those results and on those positionings. I mean, the early frags on players like Chef Jeff don't particularly really bode well really either, given that back in stage 1, I mean, even in some of the other kind of mix-up leagues as well, where we did see kind of tier 1 and tier 2 teams kind of get a good kind of showcase, seeing Chef Jeff kind of don the role of that flex fragger slash entry on somebody like Zoff, somebody like Buck on the attack, and something like Oryx on the defense, feels rather odd seeing him without a frag at the beginning of round 3. So assuming that it's more so just not even his fault at this point, and it's more so just Circular Spheres just being built different.
Correct.
Oh, that could be funny.
Some could say. That will be very funny. Oh, he's done both.
Oh,
Goof.
No.
Is this going to be a 9 million IQ play here? Especially if Chef Jeff chooses to go for that rotate. I will. Let's keep an eye on that. Hopefully here for the Oryx, provided he survives that long. Given that, as you've already mentioned, Chef hasn't had the greatest of starts in the sort of roles, but as I say that, I'm so very, very sorry. A little bit of unfortunate luck. Goof will find you, but Machine at least is there for the trade. So they're consolidating their losses pretty well, Cthulhu. Especially when they are holding this top floor a lot better than when the bomb site was there.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely a much better hold, given that both Ash and Zofia are no longer part of the play. And finding that early isolation, I mean, and thwarting the plans of that early push certainly does make things a whole lot nicer and a much more comfortable state, despite trading out your big roamer. But in saying that, yeah, good time drain. And I think that this is where kind of 1620 Kings were definitely leaning into at the very beginning. Just try to make a play for the time and force essentially Circular Spheres to completely forfeit that sort of time buffer and that sort of comfort zone. Japer as well nearly gets his life taken away by the C4, but fortunately for him, he gets to stay alive.
I think this is the first time the 1620 have had a comfortable lead, obviously with Physics finding that kill. Things aren't necessarily as comfortable anymore. However, 1620 still hold a lot of site control. Obviously some good cross positions as well inside of customs and bathrooms. So for Circular Spheres to actually get this bomb down in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be relatively difficult provided they find their ones here, Cthulhu, and there's not long left to do that at all.
Not at all, yeah. All starting to come towards the fact that, well, 1620 Kings might just be able to get on the point on the board, but I say that plant is starting to go down literally basically scot-free. Physics got the plant and the frag as well for Crimstar. Finally, at least KJ is able to find a refrag, but rather overly aggressive on the swing, and well, that does result in him being separated away from a lonely Silverback, and now all down to, well, the UMP and the Dream, but that is going to be a relatively short one given that Japer, being the fiend he is, just completely shuts it all down. A 3-0. Much likely to the previous matchup. Circular Spheres are here to claim the names very early.
Yeah, Cthulhu, it has been a very aggressive sort of style from them. I mean, the end of that round there, we saw Crimstar standing in the site. He had control of it, allowing his team to come in, get that bomb down, start the plant, and then ultimately propel them into the post plant, then forcing 1620's hands in the means of having to retake onto the site. Physics is actually deathless currently, Cthulhu. 4-0 right now for Circular Spheres in 3 rounds. I mean, look, if this is anything like I'm thinking it's going to pan out, unless 1620 have an insane rest of this half going on to their attack, this could be, again, a relatively similar repeat as to what we saw the last time these two teams came up against each other on border, especially if they can continue it, because right now, Circular Spheres are just dominating with what they're bringing. I mean, 3 rounds, one of them being flawless, one of them being the post plant. 1620 just cannot quite find that spot where they can do damage. And it is hurting them at the moment. 3 down, it's definitely something to sort of consider going forward into the 4th round. What do they need to be changing?
Honestly, at this point, it's difficult to really call it, really, Proto. Given that it's just the more so felt just like Circular Spheres just been outclassing and just basically being one step ahead of any move that 1620 Kings have done. Good, though, that they have called in that sort of tack timeout in the early stages before any further damage has been dealt. So on a 3-0 scoreline, it's a good time to start, you know, bringing it all back, bringing back the kind of the general mental game even, because that was kind of a big talking point with Chef Jeff, that just general mental game has been a point of concern on a few occasions. So as long as they don't get too tilted, maybe this is where kind of they will start channeling their own play. And I mean, we all remember the ye-old quote now that has basically been solidified with an ANZ siege. Is just, it's 95% mental, as one great
100%.
said. So here it's, yeah, as long as they get their confidence back, I reckon this is where we might see 1620 Kings flourish.
100% Cthulhu. They just need to get themselves back into it mentally as well as on top of it. And with Chef putting himself on the board with a kill like that onto Japper, a great way to start things off here on the defense side for round 4, and almost taking Crim with him as well with the 1 tap, but I think for the better side of his choices, opting to run away instead and live to fight another day.
Meanwhile, Jody already took quite a fair bit of damage from Testa on the east stairs. The Malusi player sporting the would already been placed a bulletproof camera and not the C4, or pardon me, not the C4, the Impact won't be able to really make any sort of vertical holes. But for now, it doesn't seem like that is, the necessity. Oh my lord, Machine dodging the bullets and so far able to run away and being able to find a frag himself off a back of a very scuffed gunfight, by the way. And yeah, it does really leave a few question marks around both sides, really, as to how was that even allowed. Grimstar prowling around could just find a few good shutdowns, though.
Yeah, Crim Definitely the fragging prowess of Circular Spheres, provided he needs to find a fair few kills, but from the vertical, KJ will be the one to walk away victorious in that gunfight. Diffuser now somewhat in his control through the verticality. Could be on for the second here, provided the Ash doesn't connect the shots, but it actually will be the Chanka to walk away with the kill. And Cthulhu, 16-20. They're going to bite back and put their first round on the board.
A substantial bite back as well. I mean, that was a really dominant round from them, being able to just keep up that sort of pressure. Albeit, again, look, a few gunfights were rather questionable, but we're not here to harp on the scuffness of some of the gunfights. As long as the points are being procured, that's all that really matters here in OCL. And look, for 16-20 Kings getting on board rather at this time is a very timely matter, and given that they have 2 more rounds to try to equalize the scoreline, and that would be the preferred one at this point, given that theoretically on the defense you would want to obviously start scoring some more points. But the attack, I mean, remembering the attack that they were able to pull off back in stage 1, I'm relatively certain that we could see quite a few heaters being pulled out from the sleeve of 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I know we talked about the storyline a little bit and how much work they've been putting in behind the scenes, and you can definitely see what they're attempting to go for here and where it is all sort of coming into its own area, should we say, in terms of the strategy being employed, what they're attempting to do. But this was, let's be honest, Cthulhu, probably one of, if not the hardest matchup that they could have got right out of the gate. This is definitely one that is going to test them and is currently testing them. But in a way that is probably going to be more beneficial for them in the long run. Obviously, going up against the second place team of the previous stage is going to be a relatively beneficial point of contention for them.
Especially if 16-20 Kings do end up winning it all out against Circular Spheres, this would be quite a large boon as well to Sport going into the later ends of the season. But, I mean, so far, after that tag timeout, it was a really good initial pace set for themselves. It gave them enough breathing room to, get back into the swing of things. But now kind of comes the question is how well will this kind of pulse play will continue, and how well will it play out? C4 comes around. Unfortunately, a lot of damage instead from Crimstyle onto the Pulse, and Machine is luckily for himself being able to run away from all of this absolute hell that was about to be unleashed on him. But yeah, look, feels a little bit rushed is probably the only way to really describe this, with the way how so far the Pulse play came around. And Physics, meanwhile, got basically free real estate around the eastern stairs.
He's just going to be able to walk in too and take some good control. But it's Chef Jeff. Ooh, actually gets away. Tester upstairs finds one onto Geordie, but now the position known, the nade being prepped. Is he going to opt for the run out? Yes, he is. Trying to find the player at the top of the east stairs, but there you go. Japper's there to collect. So while it was a good start for 16-20 on the upstairs defense, Circular Spheres, I believe that was a trade. Krim and Chef Jeff trading blows there. But as I was saying, Circular Spheres have come out on top of it. They're going to be able to do this vertical now and look to go for the Execute Cthulhu.
Introducing Osa as well will make things a whole lot nicer as well, and much safer for the plan to happen. But with the vertical gameplay as well, Japa gets the better of Lonely. Doesn't make things a whole lot easier. Now knowing about the position of the boss as well, the hunt is on. Physics and the rest of the team would want to get things underway, but instead decide to opt out, go for the plant, and then, well, Gooth is the one to find that finisher. So back into the swing of things, Circular Spheres said, well, okay, you had your fun. Now it's time for the big boys to actually come out to play. Now it's time for us to keep on scoring. 4th point. Possibly now aiming at the 5-1 scoreline, and if so, 16-20 Kings are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, especially going onto their attacking side. I mean, they have been struggling, if we're being completely honest, a little bit here on their defensive side of border. And, I mean, in comparison to what we saw on Oregon for Antic, it's not really foreshadowing at the moment. We're about to see a repeat in the scoreline, possibly here, provided Circular Spheres find that 5th round. But it definitely was not foreshadowing in the term that we maybe would have hoped, Cthulhu, given the storyline that we sort of constructed for ourselves there at the beginning of the match. But 1620 are definitely a team that have the ability to get the job done, provided they sort out whatever's going on, find these next couple of rounds, get it to a 4-3, and then they can sort of put their heads down and get to work. Because we saw after that tactical timeout a drastic difference in how they were playing, the picks that they were finding early on, their roams. So it did sort of have a noticeable impact on what they were doing, and a positive one at that. But Circular Spheres have now readjusted. This is where 1620 are going to have to make another adjustment if they want to walk away with this, because Cthulhu, at the moment, Circular Spheres have got the burners on and they're looking good to close this one out.
Absolutely, yeah. That initial momentum has been absolutely huge. Even despite the loss after the tech timeout, yeah, they certainly look like they are well and truly in control. Keep on switching things around as well, which is good to see. Introducing the OSA as well after that initial loss, and now sticking by it, as it seems like, well, if it works, why change it, really? So far, so good. I'm definitely liking that. For Chef Jeff, though, a change up to a mute. No more is he Oryx, and, well, the SMG-11 just strikes hard. Crimstar, the big performer, the big opener for the roster. Now, no more, and, well, with Japer still on board, it's now, well, the role is on him to find those big openings.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Circular Spheres have been losing a lot of these opening picks, but provided that they haven't been converting them into round wins. And speaking of losing picks, Chef Jeff somehow walks away with that victory in the gunfight. Physics to fall, and now they don't have anyone around to play for the refrag. Japper will find some form of kills in consolidation, but Geordie on a pixel as well finds one inside of security, and very quickly it looked great for 1620, but they then concede 2 kills, and Circular Spheres are able to sort of reconsolidate their losses.
Oh my, yeah, look, speaking of reconsolidation as well, KJ continues that sort of pattern so far, getting the better of yet another player. This is kind of still looking rather scary, rather spooky. And at the moment, yeah, finally it's kind of 1620 Kings, it's their round. I'm still kind of amused with the way how Chef was able to just swing out and outpace physics. But speaking of one, Geordie continues his sort of crusade here in the 90 hallway, with Japer consistently applying the damage and the pressure around the office/archives area. So a little bit of a, I suppose, the battle of two strongholds almost here.
Yeah, last 50 seconds is going to be very telling. Obviously, if 1620 can find a pick, it's going to be a pretty big thing here if they can get this bomb down. But, stop this bomb going down. But if Circular Spheres can get it down, it's going to be a relatively difficult thing to clutch out. But Japper finding that kill onto KJ, leaving Machine in the 1 versus 2. Definitely not what he wanted to be seeing, with now the diffuser going down inside of that Archives bomb site. Japper on the cross, though. He's going to be able to close things out. And what a clutch from Circular Spheres. A 5-1 half. What a way to take it.
Snappy is the performance so far from Circular Spheres, as we'll love to see hit here. And look, I mean, Proto, with this kind of scoreline, with this kind of half, and the fact that it was Circular Spheres on the attack, pumping out this sort of numbers, I'm gonna be honest, I'm feeling a little bit scared for 1620 Kings and their chances, because so far this has been an absolutely a doozy, and a whirlwind has struck them where they have that initial idea, that setup, that pace, and then it all gone. And then it's them unable to kind of re-pick themselves back up, re-pick their opponents, and just they just getting outmatched. Basically, that's basically the whole thing. And we've talked about the fact that, you know, Circular Spheres has been one of those few rosters that basically flourishes when it's aggression time.
Yeah, look, 1620 are going to have a pretty monumentous second half here, Cthulhu, given that a 5-1 is what they're staring down the barrel of, and it is going to be a long road to redemption, provided that they need 4 just to equalize. And then on top of that, they can only lose 2, make 2 mistakes before they find themselves in the losing sort of condition. So They are going to have to play like it is their last round, every round, if they want to walk away with this in the slightest Cthulhu. But Circular Spheres on the defense now. A very frag-heavy roster, but I don't know if we should really have been expecting anything else from this team.
True. True. Well, Circular Spheres continuing there on march. So far, looking rather dominant once again. K16, though, they are now forced to be the ones to dictate the pace. They're the ones now on attack. Looking at the lineup, very much kind of enforcing almost the aggressive defense even from Circular Spheres now, with Jordy bringing in the Thunderbird to allow, you know, to fall back, get rehealed back into the aggressive plays. So being able to negate some of that damage is definitely going to be quite huge. But I say that, well, Jordy won't be able to patch that one up, but Crimstar is able to at least find a reswing.
Big kills. Big kills early on, especially in terms of what they've taken off of the board with Machine. Now taking down Goofed as well. A player who, when given the correct guns, like the Roni, can be very, very scary. However, now Circular Spheres actually find themselves in a pretty rough situation. They've lost two pretty big players, two Nitros as well, depending on what Geordie had in the pocket. But 16-20, they've had a really good up-and-coming here on their first attacking round and are looking pretty solid to go forward from this.
100% already losing out on the two defenders. Not particularly the best kind of situation, but with Japer still roaming around, this could be a little bit of a scary one. The man has been known to be a bit of a menace when he gets given a lot of ground, so I wouldn't be surprised if that could be the case. Already a swing and a big one whilst at Physics able to pull a bit of a fadeaway there onto Machine, not really giving him a whole lot of ground to really work around. And the rest of the 16-20 Kings might just end up falling apart. Testa still outside the building, waiting for the call to essentially say, oh, all right, go in you go. Japer also spotted out by the pre-fire. Snappy one as well. Japer completely got deleted, and now this is the big avenue opener, I reckon, for 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this count here, Cthulhu. But on the run out, it's going to be Physics. Absolutely insane with it, almost finding the pre-fire on the tester there. Provided he hadn't been flashbang, that could have been very, very scary. But they're going to opt to go for the pickup here. Lonely will lose a lot of HP, but it's only 15 seconds remaining in the round. It's going to have to be a rush on in through the Shirya Gate. Cthulhu 3 through main into the bomb site, but it's Physics to collect all of them at the main door. A huge 3 kills for Circular Spheres and 16-20. You cannot be letting that happen.
Yeah. Deadly lineup there, yeah, for Physics. Basically just keep on spamming the left click and, well, you farm up the 3-pointer for yourself. Match point. 6-1 scoreline. The attack has been drained for 16-20 Kings. They are backed up against the wall. Can they find, though, any sort of resolve in them to bring this back, or whether this will be a complete flog out right at the beginning of the stages? Well, going to be the question that will be answered in the next round. Because look, I mean, what was it? Last season it was a relatively dominant. I believe it was something across the lines of a 7-3. Indeed,
7-3.
It was, yeah, 7-3. So I suppose for Circular Spheres, an improvement from the get-go.
A little bit of a sharpening, we could say, on their border skills. But I mean, it's a map that, as I sort of highlighted at the start, it allows for pretty much multiple styles of play. And at the moment, for Circular Spheres, that is just one of hyper-aggression. I mean, Physics there, just sending it out the main door to get the kill. He knows the player's out of ammo. Why not, right? Like, in that instance, why not? Just go for it. And indeed he did. I mean, he didn't get the kill, but he ended up getting all 3 at the end. So let's be honest. Who's happier with that outcome? Physics or Physics stats? But regardless, he was going to have good stats, going 8-2 for his team right now. Japper as well with 8 to his own name. Krim with 7. So some big numbers in a relatively short game here for Circular Spheres at the moment. Don't get me wrong, 16-20 still have the ability to come back, albeit the hope of that, the possibility of that, Cthulhu, not looking great at the moment.
Not at all, yeah. Comeback certainly will be quite a gargantuan effort if 16-20 Kings do pull it off, but maybe there's still fuel in the tanks of the currently attacking side. Machine ready to rumble downstairs. So is Chef Jeff about to rendezvous with him. Not a whole lot of presence on the ground floor either, but there is plentiful amount of coverage from the top floor around the balcony as well. Testa, though, very much well aware of the presence of Melusia. Frag Grenade should be able to solve the issue, but Machine falls. Whilst one position has been spotted, the other one was not, and the alibi of Japer has been able to absolutely use and abuse that sort of position and situation.
Yeah, one player felled, and then ultimately one traded back. Testa from the east side, of all things, to take down the player at the top of the stairs there. Goofed. Ooh, no, sorry, Japper takes a lot of damage from that frag grenade. And 1620 Kings actually doing really well so far at managing these positions, not only with vertical pressure from grenades from below, but also you've obviously got the horizontal pressure. You have KJ now at the top of east stairs locking off the rotations. Lonely on the Zofia also playing for any attempts at a retake into office. So far, 1620 have been doing really, really well on this attempted sort of top floor take now.
Absolutely. Physics, though, backed up into the corner, might have a few problems. Interestingly enough, though, I love to see that sort of play by Jordy, but this grenade from down below, Japer completely shut down, now isolating two players in the offices. Physics not really having particularly a fun time, but the stun grenade won't really yet reveal his position. The drones, though, will in a moment, and the keeper barriers might just start getting picked apart. In comes the play. The Syria gate, the replicator is there. Lonely, he gets the better of Physics, and now comes the march of 1620 Kings, although Goof does get the better of Chef Jeff. 2v3 could very much still be easily overthrown here, and Goof will be trying to make a play. Actually, Goof big with the double C4 and one more frag, and it will be a wrapper. Oh my goodness, Goof.
Oh,
What?
Goofed. He gets the job done, ladies and gentlemen. 3 huge kills inside of the office, with the double nitro being a part of those. And what a way for Circular Spheres to end that match off. Cthulhu, a 7-1, another dominant showing tonight here in Stage 1 Stage 2 Playday 1, sorry, mixing up my numbers there. But what an insane matchup. What an insane matchup. Honestly, not the way I expected this one to pan out at all.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I was full on ready for, almost an overtime play, but it seems like 1620 Kings were not. Circular Spheres, yeah, they established their dominance nice and early, committing rather huge amount of dubs, really. Look, I gotta say that conclusion was one hell of a way to really wrap up their own performance on Playday #1 Proto. But I mean, there's a number of issues that have been kind of going for 1620 Kings, and I'm not too sure where to even start with them.
Yeah, look, 1620, the premise was there, the strategy was there, they had everything they needed on attack, defense even, but I just think it was the aggression. They struggled at managing it, and it's similar to what we saw in the last time we saw these two teams play that exact same map. Spheres kept up with their super aggressive play style. 1620 could not manage that, micromanage that even to any great avail. I mean, we saw them lose leads of 2v4s, 3v5s, and ultimately not really lock down anything bar the one round. I mean, we saw it twice there. Just in the second half alone, 1620 losing a big man lead that they have towards the end of a round. I mean, Physics with 3 kills in the main door, Goofed with 3 kills inside of Fountain. I mean, who do we want to be giving kills to now? It's just unfortunate for 1620, but yeah, managing aggression, I think, was the big downfall for them tonight.
Well, speaking about the aggression, the main aggressor of Circular Spheres, Japer, will be joining us on the interview booth. Japer, congratulations on a very dominant performance on your first Playday back into Stage 2. How does it feel, given that you guys were one out of the 2 teams that didn't really change a whole lot in the roster department?
I mean, it feels really good, I guess. 1620 Kings were one of our biggest contenders for, I guess, the top spot, or at this stage at least. So it's good to have taken them down, and 7-1 is a pretty dominating scoreline, so nothing to be pretty proud of that.
And obviously, in terms of the map pick tonight, coming back to Border, given the last time you versed them was a 7-3, were you guys confident knowing that you'd already won this map pick, or were you expecting maybe a little bit more resilience from 1620 this time around?
I mean, yeah, we were confident going into the map, but at the same time, we've beaten them on a team, we've beaten them on this map before, and they want to go back to it. So you're kind of a bit worried of what they've got to show, but you know, luckily for us, it's all right. But
yeah. Yeah. Now, going into the remainder of the season, you kind of touched up on it a little bit, that kind of 16-20 Kings were one of the bigger ones, you know, that you were worried about. Any other rosters that you curious / worried about, or so far is it more so just about nailing the confidence within the roster and just kind of playing your own game?
I think it's mostly about playing our own game. Although I think Dynasty would be interesting to see how they do. The new players coming in, but yeah, I think we should be good.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Before we let you go, Japer, do you want to shout out anyone?
Well, shout out to all the Pride community. You know, we were running the Rainbow Operator banners, so you know, got to support that. And yeah, I guess shout out to all the people watching and all that. So yeah, cheers, guys.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for joining us on the interview booth, Japer. Go ahead and we'll get to celebrating. We won't keep you around for too long. Thank you for joining us, and well, see you later.
Cheers, guys. Yep.
There we go. Quick and concise, Japer is in his interviews. But look, it's good to know that for them it's just more so just nailing their own performances. Definitely quite curious about what Dynasty could really bring in, because yeah, he made a pretty good point about them.
Yeah, obviously with their roster changes, things could be relatively interesting in terms of Dynasty. But yeah, 16-20, unfortunately, just not on the ball tonight. Spheres, though, locked in, business as usual, 7-1. Very well done from them. Cthulhu, it's game number 3, done and dusted.
Done and dusted. Pretty quick one, and well, quick will be our break as well as we get things underway for our matchup number 4, Dynasty versus Big Dogs, or X-Warriors, however you want to dub them. After this break, don't go too far away.
A 30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that lady, she's playing ice cold. She's playing ice cold.
I'm a boss, I'm not chick that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit the sky. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. You a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind, I'm in my prime. I push myself right to my limit. Study my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm
3 out of 4 BO1s are done, ladies and gentlemen. Playday number 1 so far been all about the domination, and we have one more absolutely saucy matchup on our hands. Proto Dynasty versus Big Dogs. The matchup that of the two teams that have forgone quite a lot of changes.
Yeah, both teams obviously making some big roster moves. Cthulhu in recent, obviously Big Dogs, aka ex-Warriors, making a couple of pickups. Obviously Fakers, one of the newer faces to the rosters, Mackenzie, but Dynasty as well, switching around the core 5. Obviously they have moved Zeth down to sub. They've brought in some new faces, obviously Flux. But Cthulhu, I mean, both of these rosters, let's be completely honest, stacked going into this matchup.
Absolutely. And the big as well storyline will be with Bob playing against his now previous ex-team. So this could be a bit of a grudge match as well. Now, looking at Big Dogs, look, a name that kind of faded away into the history after the conclusion of 2021, after their unfortunate run in the promo relegation tournament, where they unfortunately just couldn't really get past anywhere. But now the name being reignited courtesy of Boff and King Grills as well, the two remnants of that roster, whereas the remainders either retired or moved on into teams like Ludovica, now in OCN. Look, it's a team that could find a new hope for themselves with the introduction of Fakers and Mackenzie, the two players that have been previously known to be part of Alta Zelius and LFO respectively. So definitely quite some talent being brought over into the roster of Big Dogs.
Yeah, Big Dogs have definitely had a little bit of a facelift coming into stage number 2, and one that is looking to put them in some good competitive standpoints, if we're being truthful here. But funnily enough, Cthulhu Dynasty have also done that. They've had some of those changes around, moved subs to cores to subs. So both of these teams coming into the fray this evening with fresh rosters. Well, we could say fresh, but fresh changes to their rosters. And whether or not these changes make any big difference, we're going to get to see that in a matter of minutes, Cthulhu. But I definitely think it is going to have a decent amount of impact on the game tonight.
Absolutely. Fresh and new beard as well for Spruce, as the man decided to let it grow out rather than just keeping it as a stash. So quite nice to see. But yeah, look, I'm actually quite keen about the Dynasty because JP even highlighted it up. It's a roster that, undergone also quite a substantial facelift. I mean, they also introduced and announced Sealy as well, joining them, albeit unfortunately at the moment he is, I believe, listed as a substitute. But Sealy has proven himself to be absolutely cracked gunner. Now, what's interesting to me as well, so on both sides, so on Big Dogs you have both Boff and Shant. So Shant was the captain of the team and kind of the big representative. Boff being that kind of call him the old dog, bringing in the experience, the knowledge into the roster. Same could be said here for Dynasty, with Spruce being kind of the leader of the team, and with Fluxus, who had previously kind of experience being the second IGL for a number of rosters. I'm actually quite curious to see how will they really perform, because now this is kind of a very leveled playing field for both of the rosters, and honestly, I'm quite keen how will they all really perform, because I mean, you also have the big name that is Drex, a person that the moment you give him the ground to play around, he is unstoppable.
Very scary player, obviously hailing with a lot of experience in his own respective. So for Dynasty, that is going to be a big leg up. But as you've already said, Cthulhu, both of these rosters sporting new faces, new changes. So provided that these new faces, new changes have big effects, well, we could be on for an absolutely insane matchup for our final game tonight, provided it doesn't go anything like all of our others. Relatively quick games tonight, Cthulhu, surprisingly. But for game number 4, I know I said it in the previous, but I definitely think this one could be up for a longer iteration. 7-4, maybe a 7-5, provided how deep we get into things. But look, it's going to come down to how these teams both play with their new rosters, as well as where they play, as well as how they're playing. There's a lot of things at the end of the day.
Well, let's have a look, as a matter of fact, as to where we are going to be going with those maps as well, and where we're going to be seeing them battle it all out. Villa is our choice, and it was up to Dynasty to find the pick. Theme Park, at least to my memory, did not particularly bode too well, and it was where, well, previously known as Warriors, now Big Dogs, did manage to find a few funky plays, so Villa could be a nice even ground for both teams to really clash. Now, looking back at the quick, cheeky checkup of the historically, Dynasty, drumroll, they played against the Warriors in the first Playday, and it was a loss to Warriors back then in a 7-4 fashion, which presents us with an interesting sort of opportunity here, given the fact that I believe it was on Villa as well.
Yeah, 3 times the charm, Cthulhu. The team that has lost has decided, guys, we're going to go right on back from to the map that we lost against the same team on in the previous stage, and we're going to do it all again to see if we can get the victory. We have seen one in terms of that sort of Cinderella story here. Unfortunately for 1620 Kings, it was not the case on Border, but will it be the case for Dynasty on Villa? Obviously, they seem keen with it. As Jappa said, if they're keen with it, they want to pick it. Obviously, that then brings into question, why are they so comfortable with it suddenly? Is there something we should be worrying about? I think that raises a good point here for Dynasty as well. Obviously, picking that out, similarly to those before them, are they comfortable on this map? What have they been working on behind the scenes? Does the new roster sort of bring things to the table that maybe they weren't able to use before? Maybe someone really enjoys playing a buck. Maybe someone really enjoys playing on that knock. But yeah, the fact that this is basically just a rematch of a Playday one to play, yeah, it's going to be relatively interesting. Same map, same teams, and everything is shaping up to make this one a battle, at least for the ages.
A battle for the ages as well, indeed. Yeah, look, I'm definitely quite keen to see how will it all play out, because both ends, the rosters are now very much capable to go both just flat out fragging, and both to go into something just as a 9,000 IQ kind of strat plays. So Villa being able to enable both of these kind of play styles, I'm very much excited to see which one of the two sides of the spectrum we will get from the two rosters. But honestly, now looking and casting our sight towards the ban phase, do we expect anything unusual, or kind of same but different?
Cthulhu, I think at this point it's safe to say that whatever we say isn't going to happen, because we saw Warden banned out last game.
True.
And other than that, we could stick with the normal 3. Obviously, Thatcher, Thinker, something along the lines of that. Maybe a hard breacher. I mean, we saw Habana tonight. Why not? But Knock also. We did see that. And I reckon there is a very slight possibility that we see that on Villa here again. I reckon we could see the Knock. But in terms of defense, I think it's going to be relatively the same. I think it's just going to be the Valk, the Cade, maybe the Wamai, possibly a Goyo, provided teams want to get spicy with it. Obviously, Goyo is a very impactful operator on Villa, so to see him gone would not really be a surprise, if I'm being completely honest.
True. Albeit, I think with Goyo, he kind of, whilst he is a powerful operator, I don't think he yet reached, the point of he's just flat out busted, where he needs to be, taken out of the equation. But certainly you do make a point. He can be an absolute thorn in the side of the attack. But, well, our final ban phase ends up in being Thatcher, Finka, Valkyrie, and Kate. So probably I think this is the first one where it's just as standardized as it can get, really.
Yeah, very much so. The vanilla side of the bands, I guess, Cthulhu for us tonight. It's definitely something that it's going to be refreshing to see, especially we've seen all these wacky bands all evening. Something that also I reckon we should talk on very briefly is all of the sort of, I would say, standard competitive maps. Club, Oregon, Cafe, Burnout, relatively open, with maps like Border and Theme Park actually getting really deep into the veto. Theme Park actually Cider, which I'm going to be 100% honest, I would have much rather have seen Theme Park, just purely based on the content side of things. But at the end of the day, Villa obviously a very fun map and one that we will all enjoy, no much more than the previous. But yeah, Theme Park, the fact that it was allowed that far through then also begs the question, is Theme Park a map that these teams want to be playing?
I mean, I think it's more so, at least it could be attributed to Dynasty being one of those teams that pioneered a bunch of those early kind of newer map picks as well. So wouldn't put it past that it's kind of, they were kind of almost ready and prepared to take on those maps previously. But given that, whereas I think back in Stage 1, if my memory serves me right, they were quite a bit of a nuisance back then. Understandably so, they wouldn't want to take them there, but it seems like it doesn't really matter. Syra already was asked by Mackenzie to hold the L, and he will hold it with very pride.
Look, Cthulhu, it's getting interesting. It is getting interesting, but I mean, so far, well, I don't really know. What are we expecting, Cthulhu, in terms of what's going to happen? I mean, are we expecting aggression, or are we expecting just basic play? Like, it's hard
Expecting
to tell.
cap cans. At least we can agree on that. Definitely expecting some cap can action, given that already damage has been very thoroughly dealt to Culture upon that entry. Doesn't really drone out a whole lot either, which is looking to be a little bit problematic. So possibly looking at some future pushes to come around. Kaz, for those who don't know, is going to be both for the remainder of the matchup. But so far, I mean, I'm keen to see what will come out on top of it all. Culture possibly looking to swing the 90. But for Dynasty, I mean, this is a very much of a drawn back kind of play.
Yeah, Dynasty definitely playing a little bit more passive now that they've found that opening pick, but taking down Flores early on is quite a big dub on the side of the defense. Obviously, provided, depending on how much utility Mackenzie did get out before being dealt with, is going to be a big question as well. But a minute left in play, Cthulhu. There's not a whole lot left for the big dogs, albeit not much for Dynasty either.
Yeah, not a whole lot of ground to move around. Culture's already making an entry. Bop gets the better of Kaz, which is not particularly looking too good here, really. Looking at possibly making that entry relatively soon could be a dangerous promise, and indeed it will be. Drex out of the equation, not looking particularly great. And Faker's getting the better of it. In trade comes in, but no, triple for Bopt already. Finding a really good angle. Faker's not really feeling too healthy, nor is Culture after walking previously into the Capcan trap. 19 seconds remaining. The push needs to happen, and it needs to happen very quickly. Last few seconds, and the smoke is dealing even more damage. Basically, 1 or 2 shots is going to be the end of it all. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6. None of it is working. All down to Fakers, and this is it. The first round, very convincingly in the hands of Dynasty.
Really well done. Really well done from them. And, I mean, perfect play from Utility too. We had the smokes available for Denial at the end. We had everything sort of in place to lock it down. Crossfires set up by Dynasty. They still had study control, even with the player on the balcony. Dealt with them really, really well. Big Dogs, unfortunately, sort of caught a little bit there in the mid part of that round. Obviously, losing the player at 90 Kaz through the drone hole definitely didn't help things. But ultimately, after that, it sort of just started to crumble apart a little bit. They hadn't dealt with the utility maybe as well as they'd hoped to in the early parts of the round. Obviously, losing Flores early, given that I would imagine Flores is going to be a pretty big part on how Big Dogs will be dedicating their pushes based on what they can clear. But speaking of interesting choices, Cthulhu, we've got a kitchen as a secondary bomb site instead of the split site here from Dynasty.
I mean, Kitchen has been spotted occasionally by a couple teams as a secondary site, and I mean, in sort of the way how Dynasty would occasionally prefer to play, at least back in the first iteration, they did quite frequently pick that sort of site. So with possibilities of pulse play as well, paying that ye old tribute to MT Jax as well with the M1014 for Spruce, well, could be keen to see how will that pick really play out, because everything else kind of plays relatively well as a solo pick and as a duo pick to work in tandem. I mean, you will go with, say, something like a Goyo with Malusi, the Bandit is there, the drone denial in form of the Mozzie, so everything else looking relatively stable as it can be.
Yeah, definitely very stable, but on top of that, you've got 4 Nitros available, Cthulhu, so if we don't see someone get blown up this round, I would be very surprised for Dynasty, provided that they do have all of this explosive utility available. But a bit of an interesting switch up here from Big Dogs. They've got the Lion in play, but they're not looking to put any pressure at the moment, at least, up towards the Master side of things. With Mackenzie actually opening things up inside of Living to take down Flux. That's one of your Nitros gone, but at the cost of what? You haven't really dedicated any utility to finding that pick. Good way to start the round.
Well, at the moment, losing out on Flux is not particularly the ideal setup, because that's one of the C4s as well out of the equation. Both as well already thrown out and tried to find some sort of a momentum play, but unfortunately only opens up another vertical position to utilize for his enemies. And as it stands, a little bit of a kerfuffle all over the place, really. But you look at the Big Dogs as well, they are still very much outside of the building for players like Shant, and it's kind of an attempt by them to find those pressure points, it seems.
Yeah, definitely a bit more of a spread here from Big Dogs, but Dynasty choosing to sort of stay as one conglomerate on the bomb site, wanting to play for as much of that nitro utilities they can with the poles, but it is going to be sort of a relatively quick execute onto the site here, with Culture leading the charge right on into Tetris. Isn't going to be spotted initially, but is going to be able to lock off these rotations from inside of the site. Mackenzie as well, to add to the difficulty that Dynasty now are going to have to deal with on this post plan.
Absolutely. Already the M1014 just rings out. Culture does secure himself a really solid frag as well out of the equation. Not particularly looking too pretty, which could be rather problematic later down the line. We get to see another one, and it does indeed. Culture just lines up yet another frag. Unfortunately, finally for him, he does fall. Drex trying to clutch it all up. Vector in the hands, 1v3, but the diffuser is in such an exposed position. Actually, he does line up a nice shot. 18 seconds remaining. Might just try to just stick it all out, but spotted out, and, well, Fakers is the one to wrap it up. Well, good response, though, from the opponents of Dynasty.
Great response. And not a take that you sometimes usually see, at least the first attempt of a kitchen attack, completely just forfeiting the top floor. No sort of soft breach at all, really, being done up there, and straight onto the bomb site. Everything there for Big Dogs just falling into place, sort of just letting Culture walk in through Memorial, the pulse not spotting him out, the cardiac sensor, and everything was relatively easy cleanup from there in the post plan. Obviously, Culture with 2 big kills inside of the site. Everything else sort of just coming into the cleanup positions in terms of the post plant there as well. But Dynasty, quite unfortunate they couldn't find that second to sort of propel them into an early lead. But Big Dogs have done well to bring it back to the situation they find themselves in currently. A 1-for-1 trade right off the get-go is usually expected in most competitive instances, but so far this one is definitely giving me great game vibes at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a good setup for us to witness here. Finally could be that close matchup that we were hoping to find throughout the whole of the first Playday. Albeit, given that we still found a really solid set of matches despite the dominant scorelines, but it does sort of set us up with a really nice kind of bracket split by the end of it all, despite, well, whether it is going to be Big Dogs or Dynasty to win it all out. Already Pressure starting to come around relatively close by to the side, but no actual physical presence around, only just to open up some windows to just get some psychological warfare going.
Yeah, early drones are obviously going to be sort of somewhat telling to what big dogs are going to want to be doing with this around. We obviously see one player through the wall there, thanks to our observer view, playing on the side of Astro, and this might sort of be to serve as a little bit of a bait, if you will. Obviously, only one player we see on that side, that north side of the map, and Bopty's just going to be gifted with a relatively free kill on the Mackenzies. He runs into study, and he's going to be allowed to repel back to the bomb site. Return back to the bomb site as Shant takes down Saro on the rotate. So at least there's a 1-for-1. But losing your Nomad, Cthulhu, was it really worth it?
Not particularly the worth idea. I mean, trading out technically your Jaeger for a Nomad is always a kind of a defense dub, but curious if Big Dogs will be able to salvage this situation, given that it's not the worst kind of turnout, though not the worst kind of play. So, but now, Kaz and Co will try to find their own kind of ground here to stand on, but I mean, very much of a spread out positioning by Big Dogs. Do we think that Dynasty will be able to just pick them apart one by one, given that Bob just already managed to score a C4?
Yeah, Bob with that C4, that's going to be big for Dynasty, given that there's not really too much left in terms of sort of their direct pushing power. They have no explosives of their own. Obviously, Sledge using his grenades early on. So 6 flashbangs are all that they really have to their name here to aid them in their Execute Cthulhu. Especially with Dynasty now finding that kill. They have the smoke available as well for the denial. So things are looking great coming into the last 40 seconds. Fakers is going to walk on in and try and take it one. Largely unnoticed at all by Dynasty. Ooh. And actually getting pretty deep and good for one frag.
Ooh, Fakers actually goes in for the double for himself. It opens up really nicely onto the side. Shant, meanwhile, already gets the plant out of the guys off the EE1D to hide the sound. And already Drex being a little bit sandwiched there, not particularly feeling too well. Bearing 9 basically just frags out. Flux does not get a whole lot of chance to really play it all out, and we do get to see the cursed red dot on the bearing as well, which ends up making it look like just a faster firing Chunka's DP27.
It really does. Fakers with a huge 4 kills though on the entry into the site there. Very big for Big Dogs. Definitely showing that they do still have some bite behind their bark Cthulhu, but I mean, again, it is still early days, so Dynasty's still sort of testing the waters in what they can get away with. And that round definitely sort of, I think, maybe highlighted a few things for them there without any real information on these walk-ins. I mean, no beeper, no Malusi, no sort of wire or anything in the area. It sort of left a lot to be desired there. Obviously, Fakers walking in is not something that is usually expected, but still something that should not go completely unchecked, unfortunately. For Dynasty, and on top of that, the refrag just wasn't there. There was no one close by, or in a position, rather, should we say, to find that kill. So unfortunately, that then meant that it was relatively easy pickings for Fakers on site. Just sort of walk in, hold the plant, and farm up some KD stats.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Fakers already sporting a really healthy KD. I mean, 7-1 is a stunner already over performance from him. And I mean, back in AZ, he was one of the few people that was able to just keep up that sort of pressure very consistently, which is a very noteworthy point to talk about. Now, with him being part of the Dynasty, this is what they were. Well, sorry, not part of Dynasty, Big Dogs. This is what they were requiring, given that they did lose Bopt to the said Dynasty roster. So certainly his introduction has so far worked out pretty well. Still yet to find if Mackenzie will be able to, fit into this roster pretty well as well. But apart from that, time being, a bit of a calm before the storm as Syro gets found with the Iana replicator.
So far, it's been very back and forth on this north side. Not too much been going on here as they try and sort of lock Bop down into a position to find a frag, and he's actually going to be able to get away with a decent amount of time wasted here for the Big Dogs. A minute has surpassed, and there's not really too much to show for it other than the Big Dogs now have north side control of Statue and Split as well as Astro, and that's a pretty solid roam from Dynasty, provided that, you know, they didn't need to get any kills, but that's a minute of time wasted, ultimately making their end round, hopefully, a little bit easier in the grand scheme of things.
Hopefully, yeah. Good to see. The Dynasty will be able to bring this back, as at the moment it's a bit of a slowdown here from Big Dogs, but understandably so. They were able to find themselves a really good set of openers previously, so into this one they might just be able to pull it off. Dynasty, though, they are holding steadfast, clearing one of the bits of utilities. Spruce will have to make that sort of executive decision, but the bleed damage, Mackenzie not really feeling it, and Flux is basically free farming it. Frag grenade out. Won't really be able to find anything bar some utility, and at the moment it's a little bit of a kind of a back and forth kerfuffle. Mackenzie continues to bleed even further damage. He just decides to back out and say, I don't want any of that. I don't want that. I don't like that. And yeah, reposition himself. Drex, meanwhile, on the window of the study, could potentially shut down a very big part of the push.
Drex is going to have a huge impact here if he wants to win this round for his team. Obviously, the Sledge is going to just go for the vault in, interestingly enough, and Drex is going to be there to collect. 30 seconds left for the execute now, paired with the E1D. They're going to have to run on through the smokes into maps if they want to even attempt to get the bomb down. Bop there to greet them. We'll take the first, but it's a rotate over onto 90 towards where Flux is, but with 20 seconds left, that Goyo canister is going to completely stop that push dead in its tracks. They're going to have to wait for the Habana pellets. Cthulhu, 15 seconds to get into the site.
Yikes, yeah, not looking good. Fakers as well, drop the diffuser as well. 7 seconds to frag out. 2v4, 2v3, nearly a 2v2, but 1v3 instead. 1 second remaining. 1v2 got a little bit too close to the comfort zone, but at the end of it all, Dynasty held on.
That was very close. Shot. That shot through the wall, that was
nutty.
It was kind of scary. That was kind of scary. Definitely sort of a feeling there on that one. But yeah, very well done by Dynasty. Coming down to the position they found themselves in, it just speaks levels on Goyo, Smoke. I mean, the denial bought for AVG, if put in the correct position. I mean, Bar was a complete no-go. They had that fire in the hallway to just completely lock off the door. You obviously then had the smokes on AVG door. They couldn't walk in through Skull. 2 players from the roster being tagged up for Big Dogs, so they couldn't just sort of send it on in. And then ultimately, that funnels them in through where else? The only other position that they have open, Cthulhu Vault, which was relatively easy cleanup for Dynasty, provided that it did come down to a little bit of a clencher when Shont found those 2 openers. But on top of that, everything else went well. It was a relatively Dynasty-sided round from the get-go. I mean, as soon as they wasted a minute of time over towards Master, Big Dogs definitely seemed to lose that sort of momentum in their step, and then sort of subsequently struggled a little bit in terms of that execute. But other than that, Dynasty have done well to at least equalise the round count and put themselves into a slightly better position going into round number 5, and maybe even looking for the 4-2 half Cthulhu.
Yeah, definitely. Drex, the cheeky swing. Oh, perfect timing. Goodbye, Boff. Gets completely obliterated from that spawn peak on the van. In the garage, not really feeling too fun there for Boff. And that is a big one as well. I mean, Flores, Proto, no more of that riddance, or rather remote riddance of the utility. Again, that's going to sting.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every time we've seen a Flores here for Big Dogs, he has just been wiped off the face of the earth in the first minute of play. I mean, Mackenzie was sort of having no avail on the operator. Now Kaz, a very similar fate, unfortunately, on the Flores, and the remainder of this round is going to be relatively boring, I'd imagine. But great kill for Drex, and in fact, a great set of kills for Dynasty, being able to get rid of that operator, whether or not they deliberately intend to, every single round he's been played early on. It's good picks to find.
Absolutely. Already. As that gives a huge ground for Dynasty to really play around with, being basically ridden of the idea that they might lose some of the more stationary utility. Might be definitely an easing kind of feeling. That will certainly make things a whole lot more calmer for them to play around. But there's still 4 more players that could absolutely throw a spanner in the work here of Dynasty's defense. And Spruce certainly is starting to set up for possibly being able to counter that. Though, few roaming positions could be rather problematic to deal with by Big Dog, so look, so far this could very much end up still being very much of a back and forth.
It's not good, but with Shunt finding one onto Saro, things are looking great now. 4 versus 4 as they start to make their way into the site. Mackenzie to lead. It will be trades though. Shunt for a second, not anymore. Bop to shut it down. Fakers, sorry, there to find Bops very quickly. A 2 versus 1. Fakers and Culture taking on Flux in the 1v2. Does have the Nitro in play to at least try and deny it, but it's going to have to get around the fire. If he can land this deep from Tetris and deny the defuse, possibly even kill both, this would be huge, but does he know the plant's going off? The Nitro will come out. Will he collect the play running out? But it's shot. Mid-air Cthulhu, the post plant.
Not good at all. And the crossfire now being set up. Yeah, Fakers was basically nice and ready and prepared for that swing to happen. All lined up, and yeah, look, while it was a little bit of a scuffed kind of idea at the very beginning of the round, Big Dogs didn't really seem like it really phased them a whole lot, so definitely looked very, very promising from there on out. Now, with round number 6 upon us, Proto, we could possibly even see a 4-2 if this continues the way it did, because Big Dogs so far, I have to say, they've shown a little bit more adaptation coming from them, whereas with Dynasty it always kind of ended up feeling like it's just that one plan that they're trying to stick to and there's no kind of leeway to go in between.
Yeah, similar to what we've seen for other teams tonight, I don't really think we've seen much role into play. I mean, no one has been sort of switching off of operators when they necessarily haven't been working. We have seen a couple of flip arounds, don't get me wrong, but in regards to the level of it that we have seen, it has not been the most Cthulhu, if we're going to talk about it, because while yes, they have changed some of the operators around, it hasn't really done too much for them. Unfortunate there from the Keeper Barricade disappearing. You can't really run on them. Obviously, they were made to do the same thing as Shield, so you can't get up into any cheeky spots. So Saro, unfortunately, is going to cause Drex at that cost Drex, sorry, that one extra kunai blade, but. Yeah, Cthulhu, it's very possible that the Big Dogs find themselves the 4-2 here, and especially going on to the defense side of things, that would be a great way to end this first half of Villa, setting them up pretty well going into their defensive side.
Yeah, for Big Dogs, look, as long as they keep up this sort of pressure, this could be a great time for them to really score themselves a nice set of points. This is where they could find themselves a nice kind of dub against Dynasty. For Dynasty, though, yeah, look, attack will have to be very clinical from them if they want to bring this whole thing back, because defense has been definitely very much of a kind of a passive venture for them, which feels rather unusual when speaking about Dynasty, given that they were the team that back in Stage 1 were looking to try to take those gunfights head on, but obviously at the end of the season, things didn't particularly look up to them as much as they would have wanted it to happen. But now both teams revitalized. Maybe it's just after Playday 1, after all the nerves and all the rust has been shaken off, later down the line we could see a much more clinical performance from, say, Dynasty, if they won't be able to pick up a dub here. But a little bit maybe too early to call it, given how close the scoreline has been so far. So let's just see how this defense will really work out. As long as if Dynasty can make this a 3-3, I reckon they still in for a really good running. But if Big Dogs start running away with a 4-2 scoreline, yeah, I think the pressure might start mounting a little bit too much.
Yeah, look, Dynasty, they had high hopes coming into this. Obviously, it was talked about by not only us, but Japper as well. And especially if they keep letting things like this happen. Mackenzie being gifted absolutely freebies upstairs. Bolt, unfortunately, caught looking the wrong way. But, I mean, he could be on for even more here, Cthulhu. I mean, that's the second player not paying any attention, at least into his direction. But the silent step definitely has that effect to some degree, as it all is now down to Syro in a 1 versus 5. The bomb now going down, Cthulhu. He's also being pinged. It's not looking good at all for Syro.
Indeed. Syro's not particularly feeling too hot right now either, really. A little bit of a quieter performance from him, and well, a chance to maybe stat pad a little bit here, but given that the whole site has been basically locked down, it's not looking particularly too good. Culture might just go in for the swing, but as it stands, decides to just chill a little bit. First frag for Syro, another jiggle peek comes around, can't really land, but Syro actually lands the second one, not the third one. Boff finally gets on board himself here in that round, and well, that about wraps it all up. A 4-2 scoreline for Big Dogs, and Look, concern is starting to creep in now, I reckon, Proto.
It is just that little bit of uncertainty, even Cthulhu coming into the second half of this matchup now. Big Dogs cementing themselves in a pretty solid position with a 4-2 half, especially starting on the attack now going on to the defense. So Dynasty are going to have to play a lot of catch up here. Obviously, it is sort of, I wouldn't say easier, but more favoured to be on the defense, especially on Villa. It is a map that sort of actuates severe roam style. You send a player down into the basement. You send even a knock down into the basement. I know it's not necessarily roaming, but it's the same essential premise, right? You have that sort of lurker down in that basement. You have them come up a stair, take a kill, do some damage, disappear again. And it is very, very powerful when paired up with good information, great droning, good default camera usage, even bulletproofs like we see being employed by Mackenzie. So, Big Dogs could be on for a pretty big roam here. They have some good characters to do so. Culture on the Alibi, Kaz on the Jaeger, things like that. So whether or not they choose to employ that as their playstyle, obviously completely different regard, but Dynasty have a good setup to deal with said roaming ability. They have the Nomad, they have the Knock to counter roam, or roam clear, if you will. So, I mean, Cthulhu, so far the lineups are looking relatively decent from both sides on the first round here.
I would have loved to see maybe something, if they wanted to lean a little bit harder into the roam clear, and maybe something across the lines of the KB could have been a pretty decent pairing with Nook, or even Jackal, That could be one way to really do it. For now, though, a bit more of a passive kind of also play from Big Dogs, really just holding on to their positions as much as it can possibly be. But a lot of free real estate has been kind of given away to Dynasty to take, and well, Drex will be very firmly utilizing that very thing. Culture completely isolated and taken out just outside of the aviator room. So look, not particularly the opening that you would have wanted to see, but with Faker's gone, the defense is starting to fall apart.
Yeah, not the best of starts, unfortunately, here for Dynasty. But Big Dogs going to answer back with 2 kills of their own at least. Syro is inside a Master, but whether or not he knows the position of Kaz is going to be a relatively big issue here for the Knock, provided he doesn't check his corners. And with Mackenzie now taking Bop down as well, the swing on from Kaz, I mean, Cthulhu, it's all over in the blink of an eye. A round that was arguably the attackers to win Dynasty. They had a great start, but Big Dogs, positionally, were much more aware of what was going on.
Definitely, yeah. Big Dogs certainly knew exactly where to play, how to play it all out, and big courtesy to Mackenzie as well, who was able to kind of actually keep up pretty well with the rest of the action, being able to find a refrag and get rid of Drex that was on a window, who was closing out quite a number of those rotations as well. So far, so good. Yeah, definitely that sort of revitalized Big Dogs roster certainly looking rather promising. And I mean, a 3-point differential now, Proto. This will start hurting Dynasty here, I reckon. Now, main question being for me is, when do we get to see the tag timeout? Because time is running out for it.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't seen it yet. Which, I mean, all the other teams this evening have sort of used their attack timeouts relatively early, which is good to see. This time is usually when we have seen it in the previous matchups. And given that it is technically, it is a piece of utility and a quite a valuable one at that, especially for teams with dedicated coaches. Like, I'm pretty sure Dynasty do have available to them. So, provided they haven't used that one just yet, as you've said, interesting. But obviously, probably good reason for that. Maybe, they're just not... Maybe they know what's going on already. Maybe they don't want to draw that utility out and sort of use extra time. I don't know, something like that. They haven't used it for a good reason, I'd imagine. But Big Dogs, they are just having a really good game right now. So Dynasty, I mean, they're sort of just along for the ride at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, with Big Dogs, once again, now having to take on this whole onslaught of Dynasty, which actually didn't look like they changed anything really in their attacking roster. Would beg for a question whether it's just more so a question of comfort zone, or whether it's more so a question of them just wanting to try to force the same lineup. Because, I mean, you look at Big Dogs, they've adjusted things plentifully. Mackenzie Switching over to Alibi and having once again a stunner already on double digits as well himself, looking rather promising. And the rest of the team kind of now starting to build up a really good overall utility economy as well. So far so good. Nomad air jabs, I just heard one of them go out. So we're looking at the
Oh no.
setup. Bopped. Look a little bit, getting a little bit too hasty on the plays, but that is a big waste of a grenade. But at least it clears out momentarily the 90 Holy.
As soon as you talked about a utility economy, Cthulhu, we saw the fumble. Unfortunately, the nade will be lost. But as you said, look, some clearing of 90, some sort of information in terms of what is provided. Obviously, that player no longer there. But yeah, Big Dogs have done really well so far at managing the aggression that Dynasty have sort of been putting forward to them. They've sort of made a bit of a rotate towards the study side. Having Spruce as well as Drex on this balcony is going to give a whole new sort of element to this attack. They're going to have to play from both sides now if they don't want to get completely pinched out. Obviously, they will still have presence on main stairs, flanks for Red here, even trying to be set up by Kaz. So things for Big Dogs really looking good, but Dynasty have actually set themselves up pretty well here to go for this Execute Cthulhu.
Absolutely, already. Well, quite a fair bit of a drain coming around. Fluxus trying to get rid of all of those ADSs and the magnets, but meanwhile, Kaz is able to find that nice refrag. Bopped and Spruce, though, do respond with a double frag of their own, and Culture is able to reply back. So 3v3 with 25 seconds, though, remaining. The push needs to start happening. The smoke grenades will be starting to drain the health pool as well, but the push is coming in. Syra is actually going to start sticking it, and the gas grenade won't be really dealing enough damage, really. This is all going to be just about to be a fumble, but no, Syra taking a lot of damage and downed as well. So amidst all of that chaos, actually, it was not the play. 1v3 in a post-plan situation, and the plan down. Perfect timing. Culture with a double as well will be claiming the match point for Big Dogs.
we get the shuffle cam in the kill cam. You love to see it. But yeah, Big Dogs, I mean, they lost side control there for a second, Cthulhu, and it didn't really seem to phase them at all. Again, everyone just winning their ones, retaking straight back onto the site, and the job was done. Everything was finished in an instant. I mean, we only saw 15 seconds, 12 seconds even, of the post-plant time. Drex didn't have a grenade to deny, had to win at least one fight towards 90, but had two players breathing straight down his neck, didn't get any breathing room whatsoever on the red stairs, and was cleaned up perfectly by Big Dogs. Their execution on that retake was flawless, arguably flawless. Didn't lose a single player in the fray. So Dynasty, I mean, yes, great great movements into the site, good amount of aggression, great bomb plant, but did not have the means, unfortunately, to lock that one in as a win. And that will then propel the Big Dogs now on to match point. Dynasty are going to have to win 4 unanswered rounds, Cthulhu, if they even want to have a chance at walking away with some points tonight.
Indeed, well, already we are looking at what could possibly be the ender to the matchup between Dynasty and Big Dogs. Dynasty, once again, we have two kind of sides of the whole same storyline, form up. We just had the matchup in early on in this Playday, the Antic versus Helios, which got completely overturned. Antic looking extremely powerful. Kings versus Spheres, look, unfortunately for 1620 Kings, I think they were just caught a little bit snoozing there, for maybe just unprepared for what Spheres were ready to bring in, or maybe just not mentally there. Side of Big Dogs versus Dynasty, yeah, at the moment, unfortunately, whilst Dynasty are a formidable opponent, so far things have been looking rather depressing for them, at least in the scoreline department. Albeit the scoreline here being the 6-2 doesn't tell the whole story of how close some of those rounds were.
No, it really doesn't. It does not highlight how well Dynasty have actually been playing this evening. They have had, as you've already said, so many rounds that could have been theirs, provided one little thing was completely different. But it looks like this might actually be sort of a quick take on the bomb site. They have the Ying, they have the Dokkaebi Cthulhu. I think it's going to be the Execute.
Indeed, it will be. Yeah, in comes the push already. The lineups are happening. Bopt is holding down the left click. Bopt is going in. Bopt actually found 3, and then all of a sudden it all fell apart for Big Dogs. All down to Kaz to do something here, but again, hidden in the corner, the sledge does not see, the foot. Yep, and the knife as well. The tilter of it all. Drex will be keeping the team afloat, but my god, Bopt. The moment that Candela went off, that whole drum mag has been flexed here by him very plentifully.
80 bullets is a lot of pain to be throwing down range, and Cthulhu, I think you see what I see at the top of our screens right now. 6-3 is above us, and given what we have seen in recent play days of other Rainbow Six Siege tournaments, 6-3s don't end well for the team that find themselves in the lead, provided Dynasty can keep plays like that up, albeit one that maybe was a little bit more smash and grab as opposed to what they've been playing for the remainder of the match. But Big Dogs obviously have learned their lesson. They aren't going to go to Kitchen. They're going to go to the site that they won already quite comfortably as more of, well, a comfort pick, Cthulhu. They want to close this one out in a, well, relatively short time. Obviously, they hold the lead. So 1 round really is all that they need. And given they've already won this site pretty convincingly, we could be upon it.
Well, maybe this is where the Dynasty story starts with the big comeback and return to form. Their attack has certainly been a pretty solid performance so far. And I mean, you look at even the KD setup, Drex, Bopt, been the driving force. Spruce moves behind them as well. Whereas on the side of Big Dogs, well, yes, Shont and Mackenzie has been performing. Fake has kind of been on an all-right run as well. So, yeah, look, so far it's been a bit of a kind of a back and forth, albeit, yeah, 6-3 scoreline could very much be pretty quickly overturned if the tilt starts settling in on Big Dogs and if they get into, the habit of saying, guys, we just need 1 more round. That's where it's the biggest mental trap is.
100%. Obviously, they get into the mentality of, this is, we're just 1 more round, guys. We can finish it out here. That's no stress. It's okay. We can forfeit that. No. Big Dogs, hopefully, are going to have some, definitely not patience. They want to get this done as quick as they can, but they're going to have to find some of these openers here, and with Cyro finding kills like that, it's not going to make the job any easier, Cthulhu. Culture now the only player left on this south side to deal with what is being bought by Dynasty here.
Drones are being very plentiful as well here, so Culture found very quickly and fragged out. The sort of live drone is working out quite well, but a little bit of a unfortunate one, and yeah, it's a bit of a oopsie. Particularly good. So
small oopsie.
We'll
just
have
a small one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for what's going to be the actual call for that. But look, for now we shall have to continue the run either way, and well, Fakers and the rest of the co will have to make a play. Cyro does fall. The Fakers continues his rampage, already just acquiring that double digit. Flashbang will be completely ridden him off his retinas, but the push will continue. 3v4, 3v3 now. Both adds up to the downfall of Dynasty. Only 1 more round is all that is needed really here, but I could see a very quick turnaround here if things will get stalled out very quickly. Frag grenade out, but gets eaten up by the ADS. Fakers takes up a little bit of damage, but now has to reinforce either Shont or his other teammate that is being Both. But all 3 of them are kind of in their own 1v1s currently.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult round to clutch up. Obviously, Faker's a good position for him to deal with this. Pushed on in the smoke there to support as well. Bopped now to go down 2. It might not even mean anything here. Fakers can just lock it down on this shield, but no, caught by Spruce. Cthulhu. 20 seconds left in a 2 versus 2. Big Dogs could still yet close it out here.
Yeah, Big Dogs could still very much shut it all down. Spruce, though, needs to find a shot onto Boff, but right now hunting for the plays. Shont does get the better of Flux. 9 seconds to go, but no, found by Shont as well. That skin does not even matter. GG, well played, and Boff is ecstatic about that one.
He's loving life right now, and what a great way to end the evening, Cthulhu. I mean, a matchup again we thought was going to go the distance, but it just unfortunately has not turned out to be that way. It's been a rough one for Dynasty tonight.
Yeah, look, rough times, rough gig for Dynasty, but look, maybe later down the line they will pull a comeback, but that is a phenomenal scoreline to kick off their own season for Big Dogs. A return to form, as given that we were, resuming slightly that whole talk about their, identity crisis in some of the other leagues, but this is where they finally came to full terms, and certainly the revitalization of the roster worked out almost perfect.
Really well, actually. And I mean, look, for Dynasty, I think we were probably going into this expecting just a little bit more from their side of things. Obviously, still really, really well done. New rosters do mean things that can be shaky when it comes to game day. Obviously, scrim's completely different. They may feel great, but when you get into the thick of things, obviously it can all change at the flick of a switch. And obviously, Big Dogs were in control of that switch tonight. They had everything that they wanted. They had all the utility, and they were making everything work to their... I mean, even in that round, they were 2 kills down Cthulhu in a 5v3 and came back all the way to clutch it out in the end. It just speaks levels to where Big Dogs are at right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Big Dogs certainly kicking things off on a high, and well, to celebrate that very high, we do have Shant as well coming to join us on the interview booth. Shant, congratulations, mate, on the first win of Stage 2. Look, going against Dynasty, both of your rosters, well, yours and theirs, have gone through quite a bit of a reshuffle. Going into the Villa, which, by the way, was also the map that you guys beaten them, I believe, back in Stage 1, were there any concerns?
No, I think we're feeling pretty confident. I mean, I think we had a bit of a rocky off season, so that took a bit of a knock to the confidence, but over this last week, we've really found our feet as a team, and we're starting to feel a lot better.
In terms of the map pick, obviously we saw that it came down to Theme Park or Villa. Was there any real sort of deciding factor to go with Villa, or something else underlying there?
No, we just feel confident with our Villa.
All right. Fair enough. Look, one more question before we let you go. Look, you've just gotten rid of Dynasty. We have seen already quite a few very convincing scorelines throughout the whole Playday. Going into further weeks, any teams so far that stand out for you guys, or is it just more so just work on your own confidence and kind of call it a day?
Yeah, we're just looking inwards at the moment, really. Like, we're just trying to play our game, focus up, that kind of thing. I mean, Circular Spheres, maybe. We're looking to them next week, but we're feeling confident.
Well, there we go. Look, before we let you go, anyone you want to shout out, Sean?
Nah, all good.
Oh, good. Yeah, all right. No worries. Well, go enjoy your celebrations and a dub. We'll see you in a week's notice, but look, well played.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Look, yeah, quite quick and concise Shant is, and look, understandably so. Nice and sweet the victory is here for Big Dog's roster, and I would imagine Boff, being kind of almost the dad of the roster, would be rather ecstatic about it as well.
He definitely looked very happy with the conclusion of that. But I mean, Cthulhu, all of our games this evening were relatively quick ones. It was honestly not what I expected coming into not only my first day of OCL, but just the first play day of Stage 2 in general. It was definitely looking like a couple of those matchups were going to go the distance, but on the day, just didn't turn out to be the case at all in pretty much, well, no, yeah, all of our matchups.
Yeah. Look, yeah, we started off with actually almost like a mirror setup for our whole Playday. We started off with a 7-3, then 2 7-1s, then back to a 7-3. Our schedule, yeah, look, Altered Edge versus Nutty Gaming. The matchup that we kind of thought that would go quite a long way ended up being in Nutty Gaming's kind of favor very, very thoroughly. Clubhouse was their kind of name of the game. Antic, look, the new refreshed roster just looked so damn good.
Scary, very scary. Antic were a team that just sort of came out of the work and started doing amazing things. Circular Spheres obviously performing on the night as well, but given where they placed in the previous stage, no real surprises, as well as Big Dogs returning to form with the fresh face. Cthulhu, some big performances from our rosters tonight.
Absolutely. Now, this does also lean into our standings as well. We'll be rather, well, split up for the most of it. 3-pointers all across the boards, no overtimes, no nothing of that. And look, yeah, Nutty Gaming at the top of the leaderboard, something that I don't think I would have expected to see at the start of OCL, to be honest. But look, with the way how things really turned out, a pretty well-deserved position, honestly.
Yeah, really, really well deserved. And who knows, Cthulhu, maybe the new blood is here to stay. we don't know, obviously, it only being the first week. But overall, I mean, a huge performance. And a really entertaining one at that from all the rosters tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it was a banger set of a Playday, honestly, despite some of the shorter score lines, but it was still a really good showcase, a really good, initial taster for us to kind of get before the rest of the season really unveils in front of us. And look, honestly, I'm keen for it all to happen, because now, well, we do get to craft, obviously the new renewed storyline for Antic, who almost like a phoenix rising out of from their ashes, from a team that was kind of at 7th place in stage 1, now possibly looking to claim the first place as well by the end of it all. Same goes for Spheres, Nutty Gaming, Big Dogs as well, finding the revival. Let's just go with that. I'd rather not go with any of the big clever words for myself. But look, actually, here's the one thought that I will probably continue to talk about throughout the whole of the season. Big Dogs. That name historically was able to only reach the 3rd place throughout the whole of 2021. With that name returning, does the curse return as well?
Cthulhu, if I'm being completely honest, based on what we've seen tonight, provided, obviously, that they keep that level of play up, I genuinely think that we could see Big Dogs bite. I really do. But, I mean, it is going to come down to whether or not they can keep that level up. Obviously, tonight was a great showcase from the new revitalized roster and name, but it's a completely different thing when they put it into practice. But I think they've got it in the bag if they really put the work in.
Absolutely. Well, with that said, that's basically a wrap-up for tonight, for the first Playday of stage number 2. Look, hopefully next week we'll also have Blue Panda with us to join us and enjoy all of the beauties that OCL brings over. But for you, Proto, any kind of final thoughts before we wrap it all up?
Overall, really well done from all the rosters tonight, coming back into stage 2, new and old. Obviously, a great showcase, as we've said multiple times. Congratulations to those who win, even those who lost. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the night. But other than that, it was really good fun. And we're going to look forward to next week, Cthulhu.
Absolutely, looking forward to it all. With that said, though, that's it from us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next week, Tuesday, same place, same time. Take it easy.